Good evening, esteemed and honorable members of council. Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff for the Mayor's Office, Stephanie Mergler, Department Heads, Office of Management and Budget, Director Larkin, Commissioner Pabon, Director Weir, and members of the public. Today is Monday, April the 14th, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting. This evening, there are 3 budget hearings scheduled. First is the Department of Land Use and Planning, then followed by the Department of License and Inspections, and lastly, the Department of Real Estate and Housing. First, I would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett,
Here.
Councilmember Oliver,
Present.
Councilmember Bracy,
Present.
Councilmember Spadola,
Present.
President Congo.
Here.
I would also like to recognize any other council members present by doing a roll call. Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy. Okay. Thank you, council members. Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget to council on March 20th. The budget, as proposed, includes the following: a 0% property tax rate increase, a 6.5 water sewer rate increase, along with a 6% stormwater rate increase. Also, a $2.5 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Fund to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund to fund the following: $500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, and also $2 million for the Home Repair Program, and $0 are used from the fund balance. The proposed general fund budget totaled $201 million, up $7.6 million. The proposed water sewer fund budget totaled $95 million, up $5.2 million, and the proposed capital budget totaled $199 million. I would like to acknowledge Council Member McCoy. The proposed general fund budget, as presented, has a budgeted surplus of $2.8 million and factors 3 main items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. 1, $4 million for EMS ambulance service, which will add 30 new EMS positions, 1 new civilian position, and other relevant costs. Also, the property tax assessment. This is a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County, who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax reassessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. This may cause an increase in some residential customers' property taxes, and there may be a shift with more commercial properties paying lower property taxes. And I always say, unfortunately. I look forward to working with the mayor and my colleagues to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to establish a fund or to offer some financial assistance. I do know that that is in the works. And then lastly, we have the water sewer rates. While the fiscal year 26 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendation by the Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these proposed rates as well as understanding the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva bills and property taxes due to the reassessment, and likewise water sewer rates. The mayor has also shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY2026 proposed budgetary funds. Now it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this budgeted proposal. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of this council at least 30 days before the end of the fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council also have shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of public safety, a police accountability review board, a recruitment and retention officer for the Wilmington Fire Department, and partners in care. Also, for the neighborhood stabilization program, funding for the home repair program, affordable housing, revitalization, and property tax reassessment inequities. Also, for community beautification, citywide beautification for each district, and for the Juneteenth celebration. Also, for education, for the HBCU funding, specifically for City of Wilmington residents only, and the Office of Educational Advocacy. Economic development, continued dedicated funding for the Small Minority Business Program. Financial stability, continue funding for the Water Utility Assistance Program. And then lastly, renovations and repairs for our parks as it relates to capital support for the various parks in the districts, and also ensuring that council's legislation mandates are adequately funded. Before I turn it over to Mr. Need, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, I would like to kindly inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward to having participation from the public. Public comments is limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. I now turn it over to Mr. Nihid, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, then followed by Mr. Larkin, Land Use and Planning Director, as well as for a question and answer session with Council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 75 minutes. And I also would like to acknowledge Council Member Field on Zoom. Mr. Niet.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of City Council. Today I'll be providing an overview of the FY2026 Land Use and Planning Department budget. Next slide, please. The department's proposed operating budget request totals $4.6 million. This is an increase of $6,000 compared to FY2025. Next slide, please. Some of the notable changes are highlighted in this slide. As you can see, personal services decreased by $69,000, primarily due to the elimination of the Land Use Deputy Director position, which resulted in a savings of $145,000. These savings were partly offset by the addition of a mechanical code enforcement inspector at a cost of almost $106,000. Finally, $20,000 in Planning Division temporary salaries was eliminated. On the MSNE side, the department has an increase of $71,000 or 6.8%.
Madam Chair,
Consultants-
speak up. I had drops in my ear today. I
Mr.
cannot hear.
Niet, can you speak closer to the microphone, please? Thank you, Councilmember Oliver.
Sorry about that.
Consultants increased by a net $29,000. There was a $125,000 increase for the zoning reform project, which was offset by a $65,000 decrease in the ADA self-assessment. Additionally, $15,000 was reduced from the UD consulting because of the analysis is in its final phase. Finally, $10,000 in one-time NPC consulting funds were eliminated. Demolition costs increased by $50,000 to partly offset the loss of ARPA funding and to provide the means to eliminate a greater number of neglected and hazardous properties. Finally, $20,000 was added for professional structural engineering expertise. That concludes my overview of the FY 2026 Land Use and Planning Department's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Director Larkin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair,
Good afternoon.
Council President, members of City Council, and Council staff, and also the members of the public that are in attendance. My name is Elliot Larkin. I'm the Director of Land Use and Planning. I'd first like to acknowledge my staff in the audience. I have a few of our building inspectors, some of our planning practitioners. I'd also like to make sure that I acknowledge my administrative assistant, Alicia Laster, who helps me hold these things together. Before I dive into the questions, I'd like to speak to the department's mission. Our mission at the Department of Land Use and Planning is to prompt and support the responsible and intelligent growth of communities throughout the city. The department is currently split into two divisions with complementary yet separate responsibilities. The Division of Land Use ensures that all development processes are appropriately integrated to facilitate the efficient review and response to all requests for land development in Wilmington. This includes the reviews of plans and specifications for any renovation or new construction in the city. The Planning Division provides and promotes creative and thoughtful perspective direction on how broader urban planning issues and priorities can be identified. Our responsibilities vary from guiding construction and development through the issuance of permits, licenses, certificates, and appropriate inspections to facilitate the compliance for all of those. In addition, we are tasked with preparing, modifying, and maintaining comprehensive neighborhood development plans that feed into our comp plan, monitoring land use regulations, and providing demographic and social impact studies. When the chair is ready, I can begin answering questions.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that information. So we're going to start with question number 1. Considering the reconfiguration of the Land Use and Planning Department and license and inspections within the last several years, can you please share any budgetary cost savings and additional revenues as a result of this change, specifically related to streamlining the permitting process? You can answer both A and B.
Okay, thank you. The overall purpose of the reorganization for the department was to increase operational efficiency versus budgetary cost savings. Many of the gains in efficiency have promoted development growth, growth of the city, and increased capacity for the department. In addition to that, our permit turnarounds are much faster, and that includes our plan reviews. We've also enhanced our customer service through centralizing many of the department functions underneath one umbrella, and are better posed to align overall city development goals throughout all development in the city. Okay. I'm going to make sure I speak up. Sorry
All right.
if I'm too
All right.
low. As you can see on the slide that's viewed, our permits have increased as of fiscal year 2022. a lot of that was largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic and resurgence of construction. The permits have continued to be stable throughout the following years, and we're tracking in terms of quantity as we end this fiscal year. Unfortunately, the department has no impact on the increase or decrease of permits. That's solely driven by the market. Next slide. Oh, thank you. That's fine. Our inspections, however, during the reorganization in fiscal year 2023, there was a spike in our inspections. A lot of that is an example of the ideal output for the department. In addition, it reflects a full inspection staff. In fiscal year 2024, these are our approximate numbers. There was a few vacancies across the divisions. One of our inspectors, unfortunately, was out for an extended period of time, and our business compliance officer had a 7-month vacancy. We're tracking this year to keep the same trend as seen in last fiscal year, and we've also had to deal with a long-term workers' comp injury, unfortunately, for this year as well. Next slide.
Okay. That
Yeah. That's interesting. No, I
excuse
believe they
me.
do because I was thinking
Can,
with the cloud storage,
can you please mute
they had to
your
when they
can you please
initially
mute your
had to have
phones?
it because
Hello? Can you please mute your phones? Thank you. Sorry about that, Director.
No worries.
You can proceed. Are you finished?
I am.
Okay, you finished with that slide.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to question number 2. With affordable housing being a national-wide issue, can you share if this budget addresses any creative zoning code developments that could fiscally allow the ability for home ownership, such as the following: teeny homes, tiny homes, pallet homes, ADUs, accessory dwelling units, or other alternative housing? Please specify.
So if you can go to the next slide. So tiny houses are currently allowed within the city's building code. That includes some adherence to setbacks, but if anyone would like to build a tiny house in the city, there are currently provisions for that within the code. The department is reviewing the feasibility of implementing ADUs as a matter of right throughout the city. It's important to note that Wilmington has a unique structure, and things like density and land constraints have to be factored into any proposal for the department. So we're reviewing that policy for its feasibility.
Okay, all right. We're going to move right on to question 3. Can you please discuss any current vacant positions? And you can answer A through D.
Okay, next slide, please. So our current vacancies are the deputy directors of the department. Deputy Director of Land Use has been vacant since August of 2024, and the Deputy Director of Planning has been vacant since November of 2024. Relatively recent. Time frame for filling these are in progress and will be determined. We're working collaboratively with HR and with the mayor's office to determine how we can increase the efficiency of the department through the organizational structure.
Can everyone please, excuse me, Director, everyone please mute your microphones, please. Thank you. You can
Okay, we can go to the next.
Okay, question.
I didn't hear because they cut it. Could he repeat that? Somebody had their phone going.
Ooh.
And I would like for him to speak up. I had drops in my ear that I cannot hear anything. He's talking real low. If I can say one thing, this is the budget hearing. Could he please speak up? Thank you.
Is this question number 3? You can repeat.
I can go back through it.
Yeah,
It
question
actually
number
doesn't
3.
seem very loud, and I'm right in the mic.
Okay.
Mike, that's you. I said I had drops in my ears today. Okay, let her conduct the meeting, please.
Okay.
But she's the head. You taking over?
Okay. So the 2 positions that are currently vacant are the Deputy Director of Land Use and the Deputy Director of Planning. The Deputy Director of Land Use has been vacant since August of last year, and the other deputy position has been vacant since November of last year. Filling those positions will be determined once we finish collaborating with the mayor's office and with the Department of Human Resources to make sure that we're introducing every point of efficiency that we've gained or learned in the past 2 fiscal years. No current impact to overtime at this time.
But as noted in the in OMB's intro, one of those positions is being deleted, one of the deputy positions.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to question number 5, Director. Can you please discuss the plan used for $555,000 in consultants, which is up $29,000 over the prior year's budget? And you can just answer A through E.
Okay. So starting with our contractors, Code Solutions International is a contracted plans examiner that we use to offset our plans examining needs for permit issuance. We've been doing business with them for the past 6 years. The current contract amount is $95,000, and it tracks with the fiscal year. They provide the plan review services, and in the past year, with having one of our inspectors out, they've also provided mechanical inspections for us to cover that need. Next is our engineer. We utilize Larson and Landis for our engineering services. We've been using them for the past 7 years. That contract also tracks with the fiscal year. They provide us structural engineering assessments and reports as needed.
Okay.
And this is a list of our current DBEs. All of our demolitions, or the majority of our demolitions, are completed by DBE contractors. This is a list of those contractors. And across the past 3 fiscal years, we've spent just south of $1 million with DBE contractors. So the department is reviewing our zoning code in Chapter 48, and we currently have a reform analysis that's been provided by the University of Delaware, as noted in OMB's slide earlier. They've completed the analysis and have provided us with a draft that we're currently reviewing. The final recommendations from the analysis will be incorporated into a project scope that will allow us to incorporate some of the creativity that's necessary and really bringing the zoning code and up to modern standards and removing some of the antiquated terminology within the code overall. In addition to that, the ADA self-assessment will be completed this fiscal year. The funds budgeted in fiscal year 2025 have been encumbered and are nearly fully expended. In more detail, fiscal year 2026, the right-of-way analysis will be completed and the final ADA Title II transition plan will be produced as a result of that ongoing effort. Lastly, a portion of the consultant budget was utilized to support the Gardner study. The study focused on providing recommendations to further streamline our internal processes, as you stated earlier, Chair, the department went through a reorganization. So having the consultant come in and do an assessment on how we're doing in comparison to our competitors, and where we can shore up some of the gaps in our development process was completed, as and will complement the zoning reform that happens in the next fiscal year.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move right on to question number 6. Okay. So can you please discuss the $400,000 budgeted for, let's see here. Yes, budgeted for demolition, which is up 50,000 over the prior year's budget.
Sure. So last year's 350,000 in demolition budget was exceeded, and we were largely dependent upon ARPA funds in order to complete many of the emergency demolitions that came to the department's attention. Approximately 400,000 in ARPA funds were utilized to address emergency demolitions across the last few fiscal years. And this adjustment allows for us to continue to meet those needs of the public, because whenever a property has any major structural compromises, and I get a call that a wall has fallen into an adjacent property or into the right of way, it requires an emergency demolition order, and we're able to provide those services with these funds. Oftentimes, the emergency demolitions are a result of neglect, and largely water infiltration are the primary causes for emergency demolitions.
Okay.
So this is an example of in the past 2 fiscal years. So 118 North Broome, unfortunately, this property there was a collapse in this wall. The fire escape pulled away from the overall structure, but this is an example of one of the project where we were able to recoup those funds in the amount of $160,000. In the next slide here, you see a list of the demolitions completed across fiscal year 2024. These demolitions, some of them are, as notated, where ARPA funds were utilized in order to meet those needs. Next slide, please. In fiscal year 2025, this is a list of the emergency demolitions that we've had to complete. One of these is actually an infill, which was a very peculiar issue. And yes, and next slide, please. This is 2020 North Rodney Street. Land use and planning staff was on site today, actually, for this project, or for this property rather. It's a long-term vacant, unfortunately, and over the years, the issues with the property have not been addressed. So this is a potential pipeline demolition for the department. 319 East 13th Street. This property, unfortunately, has some structural compromise in the front of the building, causing it to bow. We've shored the property. Those funds also, whenever we have to do an emergency shoring to prevent a collapse and prevent any public safety or public hazards, those funds also come from the same line item. Lastly, this is 1101 Elm Street. Unfortunately, the second floor overhanging into the right-of-way there has had years of water infiltration, and unfortunately, the structure has rotted. Or this is also in the pipeline, and it's currently fenced off to prevent any kind of hazard to the public.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, and also thanks for sharing those pictures, because they definitely, bring the reality of basically what's happening with some of these properties. All right, so we're going to move right on to question number 7. Can you please discuss the plan used for $96,000 budgeted between the temporary salaries and engineering account lines?
Yes. So within the Department of Land Use, the historic preservation planner is partially funded in this line item. These funds are in conjunction with a grant that's a pass-through for the city from the federal government. So about $76,000 of that 96,000 accounts for those funds to offset the monies that are not included in the pass-through grant. And then the last 20,000 accounts for the department professional engineering services, where we go in and we assess whether a structure is sound, whether it can be salvaged, or whether it actually needs to have an emergency demolition.
Okay. All right. We'll move on to number 8. Can you please provide an update on capital funds available for each of the neighborhood planning councils per MPC, per the capital budget, specify the last time NPCs were allocated any funding?
Yes. So in this slide here, there's actually been a slight change since I was here last year. The third district has actually pooled funds, approximately $60,000 in match for a project at Johnson Park. Other than that, these funds have not changed. So for each relative district, those numbers have stayed the same, with the exception of District 3.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll move on to number 9. Can you please discuss the 2 additional new vehicles requested for the Land Use and Planning Department?
So these vehicle requests replace our current compact Chevy Trax. They're the oldest within our fleet, and the replacements will increase safety for our compliance officers and are comparable to the remainder of our fleet and our other inspectors.
All right. And then number 10, can you share any new technology requests that have been submitted?
We submitted requests for monitor replacement in order to support our mapping and plans review, increase productivity of staff, and provide additional accessibility with a larger screen. The laptops that are equipped to support GIS, the department has been working over the past 6 months to increase our GIS support. In the city, we're largely dependent on mapping and graphics for the majority of our GIS needs. However, we've been able to pull in staff that were vacant at this time last year that have those skills and abilities, and we need to make sure that we have the software and equipment to support those needs. And the last item is the replacement of an existing monitor that's no longer functioning.
Okay. All right. Question number 11. Considering the number of inspectors, can you please share within your departmental organization chart if there are aligned by certain quadrants, sectors, and or districts, and if so, please provide on a chart. And A, as you can see, you can just share.
So this is a map of the city, and overlaid on top of the map are our inspection areas for our building inspectors. There are 5 different areas that the city has been split into that provide a relatively even amount of work across the team. It's very difficult to stay up with the amount of permits given we only have 5 inspectors for the city, but this allows us to do that. It's also worth noting that the mechanical inspector is an inspector that actually covers the entire city, as opposed to having support from the other inspectors.
Okay, so I see the city map. Okay. I see the organizational chart here. Okay. All right, well, thank you for that thorough overview, the mission, answering the questions, you and your colleague. And so at this time, we're going to open up the floor for questions from the council members and then from the public. Council Member Bracy. Councilmember Bracy.
Okay, thank you. I just had one question when you were discussing the emergency demolitions and like the long-term vacants. Who owns those properties? Are they city-owned or are they privately owned and you're just handling it because it's an emergency?
Those are privately owned properties, and we only handle them whenever it becomes a public hazard.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
What, if anything, can the city do to recoup the losses from handling something that the owner should be handling? And at what point does the land bank step in, if at all, when we're dealing with long-term vacants that could become extremely hazardous to our residents?
Well, I can't speak for the land bank since they are technically a separate entity. I think the enforcement and recommendation for sheriff's cell, when it comes to that point, allowing the county to do that assessment, allowing finance to do that assessment is probably the sharpest tool that we have. A lot of these properties I've noticed are heirs properties, and unfortunately, no one has stepped up after. I think the 220 North Rodney Street, unfortunately, it was two sisters that lived there that were very elderly when they passed, and no one stepped in to take over the property afterwards. So the code enforcement piece is key in making sure that those properties don't degenerate into an emergency for the city.
One more follow-up.
Yes.
How and maybe this is a question, this is probably going to be a research question, when you talked about the code enforcement and what levers the city is able to pull, I'd really be interested in understanding if there's something that we need to be doing differently, because some of those houses that you showed, it's a very powerful visual of, these homes are falling apart, and the fact that you guys have to come in, and take care of a private owner's property is alarming, one. But two, I understand some of this is because they're heirs and nobody's claimed it. But what levers should the city be able to pull so that we can prevent it from even looking like that? Things falling down and the walls caving in on somebody else's property. I wonder if there's more that we should be doing around that. So I don't know if you can answer that right now, but I'd love to have a follow-up conversation.
Okay, understood. We can have a follow-up, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
A follow-up. And also, so you're done, Councilmember Bracy,
Yes,
with
thank you,
that?
Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I was curious to know, as it relates to that, do we do housekeeping, like drive-arounds and just kind of look at some of our properties? I know that there is housekeeping for like signage where some departments just, ride around to make sure that certain signage is still, applicable. So if your department doesn't do that, that could possibly, I don't know, be an opportunity to do some drive-throughs or drive-arounds because some properties, I think you can look at the decline of them. And then as it relates to code enforcement, like if they're getting ticketed, I'm sure that at some point it gets to a certain point and we can take some kind of action.
So the Department of Land Use and Planning, actually, we do address any defunct signage for businesses. However, we depend heavily on the partnership with the Department of Licenses and Inspection and their commissioner in order to address a lot of the quality of life issues that we're discussing and that ongoing monitoring. The land use and planning, the majority of our inspections are not complaint driven. They're driven as a service because of the purchase of a permit. But we work hand in hand and collaborate with licenses and inspections to make sure that when these issues pop up, that we can address them and address them quickly.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Oliver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one question I had was elimination of one-time MPC consulting. When did you, Director, have a NCP consulting?
So I think that reflects a removal from the budget. The consultancy for the NPCs wasn't completed. However, the new administration is working heavily to restructure the NPCs to make sure that they meet the community needs, and we map out what that looks like post-COVID, post-2025, because community engagement is at the forefront of the department or of the administration's priorities.
Yes.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So my question is, since you've been in this position, we haven't had a NCP consultant. Is that what you're saying?
We didn't have a consultant. However, we did do an assessment, a comprehensive assessment to ensure that the NPCs had a path forward in order to utilize those funds.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The only reason why I'm following up on this is that City Council had put $20,000 in for the record for NCP individual to work with all the NPCs, and that money was removed. So I'm wondering, where was it? That's the only reason I'm asking. That was one of my suggestions during the budget hearing, and maybe Ms. Bassnight can help me with that. So, I mean, the reason why I mentioned it, because I don't see where it was ever NCP consulting in that department because of the phone calls that we have received about no help out there in the public. And I want to make sure I note this for the record. The reason why it's so much money sitting in the NCPs is because most of the mature people had either retired or passed away, and they needed, the various districts needed some help. And it wasn't given to them. And that's why, so I don't want people to think that people wasn't trying to use this money, because they were, but they needed some guidance, and they needed some leadership of how to utilize it, and it wasn't utilized. So I think RAP unnecessarily, it should be money in the budget for someone to have that position. I've been saying it for years. Ms. Lightfoot had it, Ms. Debbie Boone from the center had it. It was always a person in that position. But for the record, the previous administration didn't care about NPCs, and that's why the NPCs have gotten a bad name, and that's why money is sitting there the way it is. So hopefully, I've been talking to Sharon, hopefully that it is money put in that budget, not $20,000, a regular salary for somebody to help the NPCs. So that's all I wanted to put on record. And Mr. Larkin, the reason why I asked you to speak up, because I had drops in my ears today, so it was nothing personal, because you know we get along just fine. So that's all my only question and my only statement. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Hackett and then Councilmember McCoy.
Yeah, Director Larkin, thank you so much for your presentation, your team for coming. We truly appreciate it. I just had some questions around, I know you guys did the University of Delaware consultant and y'all did the ADA self-assessments, so I see the price decreased there, and I think you said you guys will have a reform analysis. Was that recommendation for the zoning reform project?
Yes, okay. The recommendations, and you'll see that we spent down the funds for that reform analysis. We're reviewing the draft that was sent to us and making sure that all of our internal comments are included. That way we can take that analysis and help create a scope for the overall zoning reform moving forward.
Can I get a follow-up?
Yes.
If you could explain the zoning reform project, like how would this benefit our constituents, our people in our districts, and how will it advance the, I guess, the zoning moving forward, so that possibly we can have more innovation when it comes to housing?
So there are a few things within our comprehensive plan that are highlighted. Walkable neighborhoods, access to quality housing that's affordable and offers choice, healthy living, diverse and inclusive economy in all neighborhoods, multimodal networks that give residents affordable and high quality transportation. So these these goals within the comprehensive plan that drive a lot of our projects here in the city are at the forefront of the zoning reform. So some of the land uses that need to be called out specifically have been identified. Short-term rentals is one of those, among others. So what the zoning reform analysis does is it's gone through, it's highlighted some things that are largely outdated tanneries and blacksmiths and things of that nature, along with addressing some of the future land use needs that just were not in existence at the time of the ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCoy.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Larkin, I actually had a few questions. Let me see. Number two was my question was, it was about the, I guess, 80 ADUs. So that was something I was never aware of. And so what does the review look like, and how long has this been on your radar when it comes to, ADUs, or was it just basically brought up because of the budget hearing?
So ADUs have been brought up many years, long before I was here, as a tool to increase affordable housing.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I just wanted to say ADU stands for accessory dwelling unit.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to look it up.
No worries. I apologize. I could have defined that a little bit better. So accessory dwelling units have been introduced and have popped up in terms of a planning tool, a land use tool within the city and just in general across the nation. And so it's not something that was brought up just because of the budget hearing. It's a tool that has been used and as of late has become more prominent. We're assessing the feasibility because we are, Wilmington's unique. We're the only for Delaware in terms of a urban environment. So the implementation may seem like a light lift, especially for the remainder of Delaware. But for Wilmington, we have a very dense population and urban environment. So the implementation of that requires us to be very methodical and take our time to see where it's actually feasible, as opposed to being in the county where you have more land and you're not landlocked like Wilmington is.
May I follow?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind just explaining what an ADU is so people understand what we're speaking of.
So an ADU is an accessory dwelling unit. An accessory dwelling unit can be detached from the home. I think they call them in-law suites, granny flats. There's many different names for them. They can be detached. In some districts there are old carriage homes that can be converted into what would be considered an ADU. And they can also be within the building or attached to. So if you're building the back of a row home out, that may qualify, but you have issues when it comes to setbacks, but most importantly, your life safety concerns, and that would be something that the fire marshal would have to weigh heavily on.
Okay. I have a few more questions. I'll just ask one more and I'll let someone else go.
Okay.
That's okay. All right. The next one was question number 5. You talked about a portion of the consultant budget was used to support the Gardner study and is focused on assessing existing gaps in the city development. So I just wanted to know, what was the recommendation? What was our score? How do we score when you went through the study?
That's a good question. The Gardner study, It showed us some areas where we're doing well. I can share that with you afterwards. It also showed some areas where we need to improve. Um, some of the areas where we do well at is our permit turnaround times compared to our competitors in the county, and our comprehensive approach to development. An area where we may want to improve, and it was suggested that we improve, is on our smaller permits, your mom and pop shops, and providing them a faster turnaround on their permits. While we're still typically faster than our competitors, introducing some technological sophistication to our process was also a recommendation, but also comes with a cost.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Quick question that I have is on question number 1. There was a spike on the grid in 2025 in terms of fees going up. What was the cause, or the cause of it? The spike of the fees going up in 20. Let's see. Let me get to it. You have an asterisk there under 1A.
So in 2025, that asterisk is there because 2025 isn't complete yet. We have 2 more months. So these dates are as of March 31st, 2025. And you do see a spike. And again, that's the market that dictates that. We've had some pretty large projects. Reach Riverside is in there. Insight is in there. That's a big one. There's quite a few that are in there. Villa Maria.
Okay. All right.
But there's quite a bit of large projects, and there are more in the pipeline. So 2025, when we look back a year from now, we'll have a huge spike.
All right. Well, thank you, Councilmember Willard, and I want to acknowledge Councilmember Owens.
I just had 2 questions. The first one was in answer 1. Let's see. It's question 5A, discuss the planned use for $555,000 in consultants. I saw 2 pages. One was CSI for $95,000, and one was structural engineering assessments and reports for $10,000, but it didn't seem to add up to $555,000 for consultants. So I was just wondering what the balance of consultants were for.
So the zoning code reform is in there also. So that has and the ADA self-assessment is also in there.
Okay, maybe we could just get like every, kind of how you did for each one of these. Maybe we could just get that for the other ones too.
Okay, sure.
And then my second question is that it seems like there's $1 billion in permits since 2021. And this is just kind of an overall question I have about the budget and like the tax assessment. And I was just wondering, with all those permits, like when do they come online? And I just have this ongoing concern that the commercial properties in the city, it used to be kind of balanced, like commercial properties paid a portion of the tax burden, the total tax burden around 42%, and residential properties around 46%. But now that balance, the commercial properties are dropping in their portion of the total taxes that they're paying, and then residential properties are going to be paying more of that portion. So going up to residential properties, instead of paying 46% of the total, they're going to be paying 56% of the total. So I just wonder, given all the new development, how does that work?
I would say we can absolutely, as part of our analysis, look at the valuation of these properties, that was submitted as part of their permit and see how it compares to the assessment.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mergler, or Director Mergler, or something like that. Thank you very much. I think that makes a lot of sense. That's a great idea.
Okay.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Bracy and then Councilmember Owens.
Just a quick for Deputy Chief. When you do that, can you share it with all of us? Thank you.
Happily.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cabrera after Councilmember Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question for question 8, just the breakdown of allocation of NPC funds here. So for the first district, it says they were allocated $350,000 in the capital budget of 2014, and they have spent to date is $317,885 and some change. But it's only saying that they have $11,500 left instead of $32,114. That's a difference of almost $20,000.
There's a couple columns missing from this.
Gotcha.
There's an encumbered column and a pipeline column.
Okay.
So those are probably the missing numbers.
Okay. Thank you.
And just for clarification, 2014 was the last time we went to the bond market for this funding, but the city got the money in several tranches. So essentially, this started in about 2000, and then they got up to $350,000 by 2014.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Any other council members? Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director, thank you so much. I did want to ask a question. You and I, in discussions, we were talking about when positions are cut from the department and how they affect the future planning. So there's positions that were cut from the department in the past, and because of the nature of the work that this department does, it isn't until in the future, when you move forward years later, and those positions are needed, even though because of budget cuts they were cut, where your department sees a deficit, because the work that basically is done in advance of these projects. And then as you move forward, now you're shorthanded. So looking at the budget that you're presenting, is this a budget that, in all honesty, if you could just tell us, do you feel that this budget best represents the needs of this department, or do you feel that there's still going to be a shortage of what you need as with the planning department plans ahead? And maybe you've resolved this issue, but this is something that you and I discussed about how we got to look at the bigger picture of what a planning department does and look in advance versus being short-sighted and just trying, to cut numbers to meet the budget. Could you answer that for me?
Sure. So the budget that we've presented here represents what the department will need for the next fiscal year. We're working, hand in hand with HR and with the mayor's office to ensure that the needs of the city from a land use and a planning perspective are addressed, and we have everything that we need in order to meet those needs.
Great, thank you. And please let us know if in the future you do, the work that you do is very important. Sometimes we don't realize it. Planning is something that, is important. So as you need these, as you need stuff, just let us know, because we know that trying to keep a balanced budget is a challenge. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we are set for our future planning needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, I just want to ask the one question regarding the elimination of the $10,000 from the MPC. $10,000 is just a snippet of what was originally put in the budget for a position. You mentioned a few minutes ago that you're in conversation with the administration, the mayor rather, regarding NPCs along with your department. If it could be revisited regarding the position for neighborhood planning council, because as Council Member Oliver mentioned, one of the main reasons that we had asked for someone to fill that position because there was so much money in the coffers for the MPCs. A number of districts, councilmatic districts, had shared that they just could not figure out what kind of projects that could really meet the requirements. So it's not that the districts are not thinking of projects; it's very strict. And then later, your department came back with more restrictions in terms of how to get money from the coffers for NPC projects. Because I think about a year ago, you implemented, not you in particularly, but there is a whole nother level now of, seems like, restrictions. So I think it's sort of like taking the districts back, the MPCs back, in terms of trying to come up with creative projects that would meet the requirements for MPC. So in your discussions, with the mayor, if that could be something that could be revisited, that position, because a lot of leaders are trying to come up with projects, but every project that they come up with, it doesn't meet the guidelines.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'll let the director
Yes.
go next. We are also directing both of our community engagement specialists toward working with the MPCs and helping them spend their money. So we have 2 positions dedicated to helping MPCs as well.
Awesome.
And now that we are fully staffed in planning department, we expect their team to be working with them as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Oliver.
Okay, the follow-up from what you said, I appreciate what Stephanie said, but I totally, back to our conversation, community engagement is not the same as the planning, land use and planning, someone being in there. That's 2 different positions. With community engagement, talking to NCPs. That's the problem now, is that let land use handle what they're supposed to do and hire somebody for strictly NPCs. Greg is not certified to work with NCPs. That's just an outreach person. I mean, I don't have a degree in neighborhood planning, but I got enough sense to know that both of them individuals, 3 of them that was in them positions, God bless their soul, they all have passed. Land use needs somebody as an NPC, and that's it and that's all. Otherwise, we're going to keep coming back to this situation, and hopefully you're taking this in. You shouldn't be having nobody in your department on a regular working with NPCs. That was a position before you came. That was a regular position. It was a neighborhood planning person who used to come out to my meetings. I used to go over to the 1st District. Kobe know that Mr. Lightfoot used to come out with paperwork and show you this. He was excellent. And so was Debbie Boone from West Center City. They would come out. It's a difference in giving somebody a sheet to say, this is a project you do, opposed to somebody who's engaged with you, help you do this, help you do that. Just to come to a meeting once a month, here's the application, I get it, some people get it, but a lot of these individuals who run in these NCPs, such as they're new at it. They're new at these positions, and they're picking up from people who worked in these positions for 30 or 20 years. So you got to remember, I'm talking to you. A gentleman who worked in my district, he was there for 20 years. It's hard for somebody who just comes in and knows it like that. I don't see we have the money, we have the money, and the prior administration kept pulling back for whatever apparent reason. I'm not getting into it. It wasn't a priority of theirs to focus on NCPs. And I'm one that have a voice for NCPs because it's not fair that we holding up money and somebody shouldn't have money and all this blah, blah, blah. When just hire somebody. You hire somebody for everything else. Hire a person to work with the NCPs. Your department shouldn't be I mean, Tim is not here, and he was excellent. Matt is not here. He was definitely good. Your department is short a person for NCPs, and you should be strong enough not to. This is the budget, and this is the time for us to talk about this, not for you to allow the administration to tell you that you don't need an NCP person, and you do. And all the council members for various districts, such as mine, who has all this money sitting there, I'm getting frustrated because I go to the meetings and I'm saying little things, and we have some things in the pipeline, but it's not fair. Councilman McCoy has some people over there who are working for the state who are experienced. I don't, and it's not fair for me and other districts who sitting around with this money not to have a certified NCP. And I don't see why we just don't hire it. And it's like we're going back like we little kids.
Okay.
I mean, just because the
Councilman
last
Oliver.
administration wasn't interested, this administration is, and we have to remember that, okay? Thank you, and I'm done.
Well, thank you for the feedback, and we can follow up with having a meeting and talk about it a little
The last
further
administration.
in terms of how we can better work together.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to discuss that.
Okay,
Indeed.
thank you. Council Member McCoy?
Thank you. So I am actually still a little confused, and I have admitted this several times, because once, Councilman Aller expressed about NPCs, I cannot remember before the separation where they actually went. L&I and land planning and land use or whatever were one entity. They separated. I have no idea who I'm contacting. Every time I'm like, oh, I need L&I, they're like, no, you need planning. I need to get a simple explanation on who I should be calling, because I don't feel like it's been truly defined. And because, I don't know, the way that, we've always tried to ask for the little flow charts or whatever, and I'm glad that they gave me one. But one of the things I did notice is that we will not have a deputy director. So who's actually the direct supervisor for all those inspectors underneath you?
So should we get a follow-up?
So we're working on that organizational structure, and I appreciate you pointing that out. Increasing efficiency won't come at the cost of making sure that the city gets what it needs.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
We
sorry.
have two more budget hearings to present tonight.
Ma'am,
So-
I just wanted him to give me just a little bit more information about
Sure.
how do I discern who I should be calling between L&I and planning, because like there has to be some simple formula, because I'm always hitting up everybody.
So one of the items that the Gardner team brought to our attention was that some of the communication that would go out in order to make sure that everyone is aware of what the reorganization entailed and to redirect that didn't happen. However, for land use and planning, anything as it relates to construction, anything related to urban planning, your subdivisions, mostly your construction and development, and your urban planning function falls underneath land use and planning. Anything in terms of your quality of life issues, vacant properties, those items would remain in L&I.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if you could follow up with communication to kind of,
I will.
confirm everything.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Madam
Okay,
Chair?
So let me just, we
Oh, go
have
ahead. I'm
public comment real quick. We have a few hands up from the public. One is Miss Jamila Davy. Miss Jamila Davy.
There. Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm a resident of the 5th District, and I had a chance to talk with you a bit at one of the town halls last week, Director Larkin. And I just want to thank some of the council members speaking to the fact that the NPCs have engaged residents, going to these meetings, who are really committed to contributing to, revitalization in their neighborhoods. And just to echo that, we would welcome more robust engagement with the administration, with your department. As a newer person getting involved in the NPC, I hear from some of the the more experienced folks, how this, structure was set up to engage residents in broader planning initiatives in our neighborhoods beyond, the smaller budgetary decisions that we're tasked with making. So I just want to, reiterate, to underscore some of the things that Councilwoman Oliver and Councilwoman Harley were saying about, bringing resources to the NPCs to help the groups better understand the role that they can play and how city processes work. I think it's a really awesome program for that, to that end, to connect residents with the government. And I would agree that that it is like specifically planners that the NPCs need to be interfacing with, folks who understand those processes in particular. And because I know that like our in some of our NPCs in the fifth district, and I go to both the fifth and the seventh because of where I live and where I'm engaged in my community. That sometimes we want to figure out how to make an investment like in the middle, in collaboration with different city processes. So one of the things that's come up for us is like, how can we could we invest funds to use particular kinds of cells in the tree pits and some of the sidewalk repairs? Could we use money to, opt into some new technology like that? And that would take a lot of coordination with city processes. So I'm glad to see, to know that the new administration is engaged in these NPCs and that there's broader support on the council as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Davy. Okay, council members, we are out of time, but I want to make sure that everyone is heard. So if there's any more questions, real quick, let's get them in. Councilmember Hackett.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I don't have a question. I just think that when we're talking about the budget and we're trying to figure out how this is being done, and we're talking about the NPCs, I'm so glad that Councilwoman Oliver brought this up, and so Councilwoman Harley brought this up. This is like a discovery where we look at it and we say, hey, listen, we possibly need to look at this for our residents. Residents came up and said, hey, listen, this is something we need to look into. And like we look at our budget, it ain't going to take much for us to add this so that we can get this money done. We got a $500,000 sitting. Let's go ahead and beautify our city.
Yes, well, thank you. And also, I think it would be very appropriate for us to have a follow-up meeting because there is a lot of concern, and I think there's a lot of feedback that council members can possibly share as it relates to how we can better work together with moving forward with the MPC. So having said that, I would like to thank Mr. Nehead, the OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst. Thank you, Mr. Larkins, for presenting this evening. And I just want to say to our council members and to the public, if you have any follow-up information or questions that you did not get a chance to share, we're going to ask that you please provide that information to Ms. Bass Knight. So at this time, again, thank you everyone from your department for presenting tonight. And council, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And we are going to be back here in 10 minutes. What time is that, Michelle? 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. We're going to be back in the chambers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Council, Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff for the Mayor, Stephanie Mergler, Department Heads, Office of Management and Budget, Mr. Pabon, License and Inspections Commissioner, and members of the public. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the License and Inspections Department as we are just resuming from a 10-minute break. First, I would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Bracy,
Present.
Councilmember Hackett,
Here.
Councilmember Spadola, President Congo.
President, I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. I'm sorry.
Here.
Thank you. I would also like to recognize the other council members that are present. Councilmember Owens,
Here.
Councilmember Cabrera,
Present.
Councilmember Willard,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy.
Here.
Thank you, council members. I would like to also inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing and that we look forward for participation from the public. Our public comments is limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bass-Knight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints. I ask that if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions shall be of fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nahid, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, again, to provide a financial overview, then followed by Commissioner Pabon, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 75 minutes. I would like to turn it over to Mr. Nahid.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of City Council. Today I'll be providing an overview of the FY2026 Licenses and Inspection Department's budget. Next slide, please. The department's proposed operating budget request totals $3.8 million. This is an increase of almost $66,000 or 1.8%. Next slide, please. Some of the notable changes are highlighted in this slide. As you can see, personal services increased by almost $37,000 or 1.3%. Regular salaries increased by almost $68,000 due to COLAs and mandatory step increases. Some of the increase was offset by a $22,000 savings in pension contribution. On the MSNE side, the department has an increase of $12,000 or 4%. Temporary agencies went up $10,000 to provide clerical support for digital scanning of archive records and documents. Lastly, $2,000 was added to other non-capitalized equipment for a commercial grade shredder. That concludes my overview of the FY2026 Licenses and Inspection Department proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nahid. Over to you, Commissioner Pabon.
All right. Good evening. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, Madam Chair, City Council President, and all City Council's members for allowing me to present the FY 2026 budget for the Department of License Inspections and to answer any questions you may have. I also want to take this moment to thank Mayor John Carney for entrusting me the opportunity to lead this great department, one that's made up of many dedicated employees who work every day to improve the quality of life for all citizens. Also want to extend my gratitude to his staff all the members of the other departments that assisted with this presentation and also the information that I have gathered to present to you. Lastly, I want to thank all the members of the Department of License Inspections, from all the supervisors. Eve Davis is in attendance, administrative personnel, and all the inspectors who are, they're the boots on the ground. They're doing all the critical work that makes a difference in our community. I want to give a special thanks to the administrative assistant, Monet Cintron, who in a short time within our office has fully embraced her role, and she's also present and has been very instrumental in keeping our office running smoothly. With that being said, I want to start with giving you the vision for the Department of License Inspection. The Department of License Inspection is responsible for promoting the general welfare and protecting the lives, health, and safety of all citizens of Wilmington by monitoring the city's building and housing stock through code enforcement and abatement of code violations. This is achieved by implementation of fair, unbiased application of the Wilmington City Code. Our goal is to facilitate voluntary compliance by working in partnership with our constituents. My departmental priorities for FY2026 is to strengthen code enforcement and compliance. The way that I believe I would achieve this is by increasing the enforcement efforts citywide to address vacant and blighted properties, enhancing code enforcement strategies for vacant properties and structures, identifying non-licensed rental owners, property owners, and ensuring they come into compliance with city regulations, and monitoring and enforcing civil penalties for rental property violations. Another priority of mine is to enhance the departmental operational efficiency by continuing the implementation and optimization of Salesforce software so we can streamline departmental operations. One of my biggest priorities is to restructure license and inspection to improve vacant property and rental inspections and enforcement in that process. And later I will discuss how I believe that I will achieve that. Last is to increase community engagement and public awareness. Being more accessible to the department leadership for community groups to focus on neighborhood improvement, strengthening communications between license and inspections and the public through proactive community engagement, participation in neighborhood civic meetings, and collaborating with community and elected officials to address all of our local concerns. With that, I want to start with doing the questions.
Yes. Thank you very much for sharing your mission and your priorities. So we're going to go right to question number 1. Can you please discuss the amount of funds the city has collected for vacant property registration fees the last 2 years and the amount billed? Please share the amount projected for FY26 budget. Share the number of current vacant properties inclusive of the land bank.
The city does not charge for a registration fee when properties are vacant. Owners are required to register their property as vacant if the property has been vacant for more than 6 months. Fees are assessed for vacant properties that have been vacant for more than a year, and it's based on the vacant fee structure. So the billed vacant penalties fees for FY24 was $2,300,000 roughly, and in FY24 was $2,128,000. Currently, the department is conducting annual pre-bill vacant property verification check, and it's unable to provide the projected for 2026. The city has collected vacant fees in the amount of $954,000 for FY24, and in 2025, $851,000. And for FY 2026, the projection is $940,000. The reason it's tough to give the FY 2026 is because currently we're doing all of the inspections for the vacant properties, and the bills, they don't go out until November. So until November, we won't know what those fees are. And with the new change of legislation and how the fees have increased since January 1st, it's hard to project those.
Okay.
I have A for question 1 is, as of November 1st of 2024, there are 894 vacant properties in the city of Wilmington. That includes all the properties owned by the Land Bank, WHA, City of Wilmington, and all your 501c properties. There are 765 vacant properties that have been identified owned by private owners. So that's 129 properties that are owned combined by the Land Bank, City of Wilmington, WHA, and the 501c properties.
Okay, did you want to say anything about this particular map that you have?
No, I just like to, mention that in, FY 2024, 2022, there were 1,200 vacant properties. And 2023, there were 1,100. So 894, though, it's a lot of properties. I think we're making a big improvement, and I think that we'll continue to work to improve the number of vacant properties we have in the city.
Okay, let's move right on to question number 2. Can you please discuss the continued funding of $130,000 budgeted for property maintenance pertaining to neglected properties? And you can just answer A through D.
All right. The answer to A is the city of Wilmington has recouped approximately $300,000 for property maintenance in the last 3 years. Question B was number of properties assessed in the last 3 years. There were 889 requests received for property maintenance in FY22. 516 were public access ways. 610 were requested in FY23, and 406 were public access ways, and 498 were in FY 2024. The answer to C is share the process for getting vacant properties boarded. So that process usually starts with the inspector out on scene. When a property needs to be secured, it needs to be boarded up, trash needs to be removed, or grass needs to be cut due to illegal dumping, the inspector documents the current condition. It puts in a request for the contractor to come out for property maintenance. Once the issue is addressed by the contractor, the inspector then goes back and verifies that the work was indeed completed, and he'll document that information. And the property owner is then billed, right? That generates, once we've received the bill from the person doing the property maintenance work, they generate a bill to us, and then we put that bill onto that property, the owner, and then the owner is responsible to pay us back. The issue on public property maintenance is paid by the city when these services are provided in areas where there isn't an owner identified. So those are those public access ways, and what we try to do there is a lot of times is work with Public Works to make sure that we use the property maintenance contract to bring the stuff out to the curb and let Public Works to handle the rest, because that way the bills are a lot less when they're not being able to recover those fees.
And letter D.
D, there were 893 complaints entered in 311 for vacant properties during the last 2 years. There's the breakdown for 2023 and 2024. 2023 was 456, and in 2024, 437. Year to date, there has been 94 complaints for vacant properties. What I mean by complaint is calls for service initiated in 311.
Okay, all right, we're going to move right on to question number 3. Can you please share the amount of funds projected for FY26 pertaining to nuisance properties and the amount of funds collected the last 2 years? Questions A and B. Specify those two, please.
All right. So the city of Wilmington has worked on approximately 9 nuisance complaints from businesses in the last 3 years. Some may have been closed temporarily, but most have come into compliance since being notified that their property is being identified as a nuisance, and that usually comes from the law department. There has been several residential properties that have been identified as nuisance properties, and the city has worked with the owners, but none have been closed. Just be very specific more is, if they're not generating any points, then the property just automatically just comes into compliance after a certain amount of time, and is no longer deemed to be a nuisance property. B, there has been a total of 8,465 property complaints total, entered in 311 from January 1, 2023 to December 31st of 2024, and a total of 82 complaints entered in 311 are for nuisance property, 49 in 2023 and 33 in 2024.
Okay. We're going to move on to number 4. Can you please discuss any proposed changes to positions, new, deleted, upgraded, realigned, transition, downgraded, title change, or salary changes?
So that was probably the easiest question to answer. There are no positions that were changed in the current budget for license and inspections.
Wow. No changes?
No changes, ma'am.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. Okay. We're going to go to question number 5. Can you please discuss the planned use for $50,000 budgeted between the overtime and standby pay account categories and specify if any funding is allocated for checking permits after hours and weekends?
So overtime is paid for the inspectors for after hours on emergency responses. Emergency responses are dispatched 7 days a week, Monday through Friday, from 4:30 p.m. to 8:30 a.m. and in the weekends. Standby pay is for inspectors to be available for after hours and emergency calls, so they can respond. The standby pay is issued for the week of the on-call schedule for the inspectors covering that week. Friday usually starts Friday at 4:30 p.m. and it goes to the next Friday. Usually that's one inspector and it rotates. The compensation for overtime and standby pay are based on the requirements per the local 1102 collective bargaining agreement. L&I has no funds dedicated to after-hour permit checks. If requested, license and inspection will respond to complaints when someone is working without a permit after hours and on the weekends. And generally that information will be forwarded to the Department of Land Use and Planning, Director Larkin, for his inspectors to follow up because they issue the permits.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to number 6. Can you please discuss the planned use of $74,000 budgeted between the temp salaries, temp agencies, and consultants, account lines? And you can just answer letters A and B specifying those particular answers.
All right. Some of the consultants that we use are Will's Pest Control. Department of License Inspection have been using them for 7 years. They're for vacant properties only, and they're billed and they're used as, as use basis for wild animals. RF Roofing Company, L&I has been using them for 6 years for consulting. They're also billed as use basis. The contractor is called to do roof evaluations, emergency repairs on vacant properties if needed, and to provide certified ladders. Ron Tree Service for 5 years, billed in as need basis. Also, contractors called for hazardous tree on vacant properties. There's a $10,000 temp agency line to hire clerical support. We're in the process of, digitizing a lot of our old rental inspections and a lot of our old documents, and that's what that temporary line is being used for. Will's Pest Control is a minority contractor. As far as the other 3, I'm not sure if they are. I have been in contact with economic development to look at the number of companies that are registered as DBEs in the city, and we'll be reaching out to some. If there are companies that could provide that service, then we'll reach out to them. But currently, right now, these are the ones that I inherited, and these are the ones that are on our list.
Understood. And thank you for doing that, taking the leadership to reach out to them to do that. Okay, we're going to go to question number 7. Can you please discuss the $290,000 allocated for animal control, provide the number of animals retrieved for the last 2 years, and specify the contract provider and length of the contract?
Yep. So I do have information here.
That's number 7.
So animal control, that's a 3-year contract that was signed last year. And that service is provided by Delaware Animal Services. Here are the numbers for the cause of service. In 2023, the city of Wilmington had 1,700. Unfortunately, on the right-hand side there, they're like their total numbers, and they don't break them down by counties and jurisdiction, but that's the number for 2023. In 2024, there were 1,800, and that's the next slide. You'll see 1,800. Again, they don't have the breakdown on, per county, but that's the total. The Delaware Department of Health and Social Services Division of Public Health Office of Animal Welfare is the contract provider, and the length of the contract is 3 years. It ends in June of 2027. It was signed last year in May, and it started July 1st. Below, if you, next slide. Right there is the link to where we receive these reports. A lot of their mandates and requirements and how they answer their calls of service are based on their policies and procedures, and not based on our contract that is signed with them.
Okay, and this website is on the city's landing page?
I'm not sure if it is, but if it's not, I will make sure that it is.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. We're going to go to question number 8. Considering the number of inspections in your department, can you please share within your organizational chart if they are aligned by certain quadrants, sectors, and or districts? And if so, please provide on a chart, and you can answer letters A through D.
Okay. So that's our current breakdown in our department. Obviously, I'm the commissioner, and there are 2 supervisors, administrative assistant, and then there's 18 employees that are considered, code enforcement inspector, code enforcement administrator handles most of the vacant property, and then we have the clerical supervisor, and then the staff, along with a temporary person. Next slide, I can talk a little bit about, and I know that's probably not a good map on the left, but that is the current configuration of how our office handles cost of service. Currently, it is 18 inspectors handling the entire city across 27 census. My redeployment on the right is how we will be working as of June 1st. The vacant team, I think I've heard it loud and clear for many months now, is that vacant properties need to really be looked at, right? And in the beginning, so my plan is we will still redeploy our members, but we will redeploy them in a different manner. I have a full vacant team on the right there, and then there's 4 inspectors that will handle inspections. So basically, we will be breaking the city. Instead of 27 census, we'll be going to 8 district areas, developing 3 teams. If you see the numbers on the left, 1, 2, and 3, and then there will be a person, a vacant inspector, and a rental inspector assigned to every team. So, the easiest way to explain it, where right now you have 1 inspector per census, you would have your 1 inspector looking at all of your quality of life, handling the complaints, looking at all your exterior problems, but you would also have an inspector handling all the vacant properties, and then you would have another inspector working with the landlords and identifying the properties that need to be inspected for rentals. So that is the idea for the redeployment. As of last week, we deployed the vacant properties, and I'm glad to say that we're confirming that a lot of the properties that we have on our list have been vacant, but we've also looked at some that are no longer vacant, but we've also identified some that are not. So with this redeployment, I plan to really start looking at the vacant properties and getting to them a lot faster than just waiting for many years till they kind of like peak and then we miss them. Essentially, the 10 inspectors will be deployed based on geographical area, in addition to the 8 that are tasked to addressing vacant properties and rental properties. All inspectors will address complaints made by tenants related to health and safety issues. Additionally, the state of Delaware tenant landlord code is very specific when it talks to the quality of life. So every inspector, every inspection that they do and every violation will be looking at the quality of life and protecting, the tenants in many ways. There's no plan to do any virtual inspections. All of our inspections are done in person. The department currently does not perform pre-rental inspections and does not have the workforce to support it. Because of that, I thought it was really important to look at the rental properties and have inspectors dedicated to looking at again all of the non-licensed landlords and making sure that they come into compliance.
Okay. All right. We're going to move right into question number 9, which is, can you share any budgetary requests for new vehicles?
So there were vehicles that were upgraded in FY2025, and that was tracks the Equinox for more compartment space to provide the inspectors more room to do their administrative work in the field. These 4 vehicles that are in the FY2026, that would complete our full fleet. So that will replace the last 4 tracks and will take us into 4 new Equinoxes. And that's the only request for vehicles.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for sharing all those answers. So now we are going to open the floor for our council members and for the public for questions and for comments. Council members, Council Member Bracy, Council Member Hackett, and then Council Member Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
I just have, thank you for a thorough presentation. I appreciate the work you guys do. I just had, trying to find what page the question was on. A question, well, I know the question. So the last presentation with land use, we talked about the demolition and the emergency demos that happen. And we also talked a little bit about the code enforcement, which falls under your purview. And my question to him, and I think it's probably going to be a longer conversation with you, is what levers do we have to pull? At what point do we go from finding a property owner to whatever that next step is in the process? Because what we saw in the last presentation with houses crumbling and falling down, when does the city step in to avoid that happening? Or is there just right now no mechanism for us to step in before the house falls apart, and then we've got to send someone out to now demolish the house or shore it up or all of those other things because it's been a long time vacant? So when does that shift happen? And then what's the relationship with the land bank? So that was the other question that, like I said, it's probably going to be a longer conversation, but when do we call the land bank and say, hey, this vacant has been here for 2 years, 3 years, can you try to acquire it? Or what's that process look like?
So that's a great question. As many of you guys know, I'm new to the department, started in January. So that was something that was my number one mission, right? Is to come in and understand the department, understand how it works, right? Director Weir, who's happened in the stand, actually said one time, I remember said that, every vacant property has like a fingerprint, right? It's very unique. And what I did was I broke down the list. I looked at every vacant property and I wanted to see why it was vacant, right? There's a why. There's always a why. Like why, how did it become vacant? When did it become vacant? And what I found that a lot of these properties have been vacant for 20, 15, many, many years, right? And they either were not identified early, right? Aggressive enforcement probably didn't happen. Communication with the owners didn't happen. Communication with the city didn't happen. So that's why I decided to restructure the department. I told myself that I was going to give it 90 days. I was going to understand the department. And on the 91st day, I deployed the vacant property team because I think it's really important for us to get ahead of these properties, right? A lot of these properties are becoming vacant for a number of reasons, right? Small fires, somebody inherits a property, somebody bought the house, the property from the land bank and didn't have the funds, right? Or maybe someone bought an investment at sheriff's sale and realized I don't have the funds or the skill or the knowledge or the support to be able to get this property turned around in a meaningful way. And we just, a lot of times we don't identify them early, right? My goal is to identify them early, right? And start working with the owners, making sure that they have the skills, the ability to request the necessary waivers. You guys were very instrumental in redoing the code last year. Although their fees have increased, it's allowed the owners a little bit more time to be able to work on their properties, right? Request that waiver, work with us. But that can't happen if the communication doesn't happen with us. So unfortunately, the ones that we see that, Director Larkin showed, those are the ones that are lost. We have a responsibility to act by the time we get called, right? The fire department calls and says, this building is, on Pleasant Street, right? Or on 2nd Street. And, hopefully that didn't cause any damage or injure anyone. But it's too late then, right? We want to catch these early. We want to work with people early. And we want to make sure that if they're not doing what they need to do, then those fees are being assessed to the property, right? And when the fees are being assessed to the property and the fees are up to the amount that, maybe they need to go to sheriff's sale, then I recommend those to the law department or someone to say, hey, you may want to look at this property because there are a lot of fees, there are a lot of penalties, no one is working with us, and these are the ones that, I recommend you go to sheriff's sale and put them in the hands of someone that's going to do something, right? If that's the land bank, then that's great. That's how the land bank would then acquire them, and then they would then repair them. If it's a private owner that comes in and buys a couple of them. But they need to understand that if they buy them, we are going to make sure that we speak with them, we try to educate them and say, hey, listen, when you get this bill, this property's been vacant for 15 years. You're going to have to communicate with us, request the waiver, right? We will work with you. The ultimate goal is to get these vacant properties, what by definition are nuisance, right, out of our neighborhood, right, out of all our neighborhoods. And make sure that they, that someone, whoever buys them, make sure that they put them in the condition that it's going to, not add the value and not make people want to move away from, the blocks. So that's the goal. Again, that process, my goal is to make sure we get to them early, identify them, and not wait until it's year 5, year 6, right, to ID them. And that's why the restructuring of the department and the redeployment of the department, I thought was really important.
Thank you. Follow up?
I will,
Yes.
do you mind if I add one real quick? The other issue I think that we have, since, as the commissioner mentioned, our best lever here is sheriff's sale. That's the only way to really get it into the hands of the land bank is for a property to go through sheriff's sale so the land bank can buy it. We haven't had a great collections mechanism for L&I debt over the years. It's essentially not really even something we do collections for. That's going to change soon, partly because the L&I debt is going to become part of the new utility billing system, which will allow us to better collect on this type of debt, and that these sorts of properties that have a large amount of debt on them will become more visible and be taken to sheriff's sale, I think, a bit more easily.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And I appreciate your thorough response. The reason I'm pushing this and asking these questions is because the public needs to understand that we take this seriously. We talk a lot about affordable housing. We talk a lot about neighborhood revitalization. But if we have vacant houses that are sitting for 10, 15 years, we're not doing something right. There's something missing in the process. And so I'm glad that you're starting to identify that and you're changing the way L&I moves, because we don't know if there's a problem in the process unless we're asking, very pointed questions. And then sometimes we still don't know. And if there's a legislative fix because, part of this is the code hasn't been updated in 30 years, then we also need to know that so that we can work alongside you guys to address these issues, because a vacant house sitting for 10, 15 years where it could be an affordable home for someone else, that's not the best use of that resource. And I also want to make sure that for those that are owning, we have a lot of, and I know Councilwoman Cabrera, talks a lot about this, a lot of absentee owners that are LLCs or that live in California or wherever, and they don't really care. They can afford to pay the fine and then just let the house sit and rot. And so if we're not proactive, we're not catching that until it's too late. And then we're looking at photos like we did in the last presentation. So thank you for being proactive about changing the way you guys are doing business, and whatever, I can do as far as on the council side to support this work, because we really need to do a better job of strengthening our neighborhoods. And it starts with getting those vacants offline and back into the hands of Wilmington residents.
Totally agree. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Councilmember Hackett.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Once again, thank you so much for the presentation. It was wonderful. I just want to go back to question 4. We talked about there was no position changes. I just want to add on there that we had administrative assistant 1 get changed to administrative assistant, and then that also was an increase of $6,000. So just wanted to see if you can clarify that.
Yeah, that change was not done by my department. That was part of the HR. When they looked at all the administrative assistants throughout the city, they identified that there were a few departments that still had a 1, and most of them were 2. So I believe that was done in the HR.
That was part of the HR realignment process.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Can I get a follow-up?
Yes.
I also have a question. I know we talked about the vacant properties. I do want to talk about our corner stores and today and what they look like when we're talking about the hangout spots, even possibly selling drugs outside of these stores. And we talk about the steps it takes to get to a nuisance property. And we look at different states and different places. I'm just trying to figure out when is enough, because at the end of the day, part of it is killing our community.
Yes. So as far as that question, I think that goes back to what Councilwoman McCoy said in the last session. I think the education of who enforces what, when you're looking at corner stores, that's usually business compliance that sits with land use and planning, right? When you're looking at commercial properties, that sits in the business compliance for land use and planning, right? Businesses and licenses. Our stuff is more the structure of the building, the quality of life, the renter. So the tenant, the landlord's responsibility for the tenants on the second floor. But I totally agree. As many of you guys know, you've seen me probably I've been almost at every civic association meeting, mayor town hall meeting, and I've been pretty much spreading the word. I think that was part of my priorities for the department is to, I was the president of Buyer Square for many years, and I never really saw a lot of times, someone who came out and kind of told us who to call if the grass is high, who to call if the curb is broke, right? Or if this needs to happen, right? So that was one of my priorities, to make sure that I go to all the civic meetings, have my management team start attending the civic meetings, and then start educating and explaining to them who to call. So I totally agree. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't answer the call if it came to us, right? We would go out, but once we identify that it doesn't sit in our department and it assigns another department, then we will reassign that. But that's a great question when you're looking at places that are open. Some of it has to do with zoning, right? Opening past the time that they're required. Again, those are land use functions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kobe, Willard, and then Cabrera.
Thank you. First off, congratulations on the new role. I do have a question about question 8D, the pre-rental inspections. I see that y'all do not perform pre-rental inspections. This has been something that's been ongoing. I think from my research, the city hasn't done this since 2007. But we do know that there's added benefits of doing pre-rental inspections when it comes to health and safety, accountability for landlords, especially in a population where the city is now, 53% renters. Why is this not a priority for this year and during this time right now, especially if the workforce doesn't support that? I read that as there's not enough. You only have 18 inspectors, and I respect that, and I know that would be a lot of extra inspections on them. But wouldn't this be the proper time to request more funds to hire more full-time employees for these positions, if this was?
So I can't speak on why they stopped doing the pre-rental inspections. I mean, it stopped a while back, right? And why? I think first we have to do is, and I think first thing I want to accomplish is to identify all the rental properties. I think first we have to identify them, then make sure that the landlords or the owners, obtain the proper license for every unit that they own, and then make sure that they get inspected. Currently, we do inspections on properties when someone, you decide to move out of your house, you don't want to sell it. You come in and you say, hey, I'm going to rent it. That's usually when we do the inspection. The turnover on I think that would be really hard to accomplish. The turnovers on properties within the city, sometimes you may have, 10 tenants within 10 years, right? And sometimes you have tenants that move within 6 months, right? They don't pay, they get evicted, they move. We do have code that all rental properties are required to be inspected every 2 years. If it's less than 5 units, anything after 5 units, I believe is 6 years. My goal is to identify these properties, get them on a rotation, and again, we use the word proactive. I think one of the things that I found in the 90 days and reading the transitional reports is that a lot of the work that we did was very reactive. And my goal is to be proactive, is to get in front of these properties, identify them, make sure that they're rented. Very similar to when you purchase a vehicle, right? You purchase your vehicle in May of 2025, you're required to get it inspected in 2027. So we're no longer going to sit back and let you tell us when your property is ready to be inspected. We're going to tell you we're coming on May 27th, May of 2027, right? And it is your responsibility. And if you don't get the inspection as is required, then we'll continue with the violation and then we'll make sure that they come into compliance, because a lot of times that's the only way that we can protect the tenants, right? Because many tenants are not going to call and make complaints against their landlords. They're not. It's just, if we sit here and say that's going to happen, it's not going to happen. A lot of times they're afraid, right, that they're going to be evicted. So it's our duty to make sure that they're inspected as they're required per code. And if we find that, 2 years is not a lot and maybe, it's too much and too much time, then maybe we'll, that's a discussion for me to have with the mayor's office, and then maybe we can talk about that later. But I think right now, I just want to make sure that we get a grasp on how many rental properties we have, and then start moving from there and holding people accountable for what's actually in the code now.
Okay.
First off, I thank you for that. Like I said, congratulations on a new position. I know we went through orientation together, so I know, what I'm about to say is not directed towards you.
Yes.
But yes, it has been a failure in the past, right? We can look at what happened on North Adams Street with the A.J. Pacormi properties, right? If you had pre-rental inspections prior to a wall collapsing, the city would have been able to be in there a lot sooner and protecting those people. It wasn't just a wall collapsing, it's mold, it's no hot water. That's happening all across the city in all 8 districts right now. There are people who are renting properties that may fall in between that gap window right there, where there's no hot water. There's a open hole in the roof or something like that, and it's causing a lot of health hazards on a lot of individuals. So I would be open to exploring how we can bring a pre-rental inspection program to the city of Wilmington, and I hopefully you would be open to the conversation with the mayor's administration as well too on how we can get that done soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Willhire.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Pabon, I really want to thank you for your presentation. I appreciated how you set out your goals and how you connected the budget to those goals. And it just gives me a really good sense of what your priorities are. And it gives me a sense of how you plan to get that done. So I really appreciate that. I had some questions about vacant properties. And also, just following up on, I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and then I had some questions. But my first comments are, I think that the emphasis on rental inspections, getting on that rental inspection rotation might answer some of the questions around doing pre-rental inspections. But definitely, the properties having a consistent rental inspection program is part of the solution to having safer homes in the city. So I'm really glad that you're taking the steps to implement that and implement like what's in the code for doing regular rental inspections every 2 years or every 4 years. But my questions are, in terms of the vacant properties, you know, it's really impressive. I've been watching the vacant property list for a long time, and it's been around 1,500, 1,400 for a long time. So seeing that number go down is a significant accomplishment. I do think that there's still some questions, like quality control questions. Like I know there's properties that aren't on there that are vacant, and then there's properties that aren't vacant that are on there. So I think that's just important, especially since everybody's talking about foreclosure and foreclosing on properties for vacant property fees and for code violation fees. I think there are some people who want to improve their properties who don't have the money. We should be really careful about making sure that we're not using, you know, these punitive, like foreclosure when the issue isn't a will, it's just an issue of finances. And looking at the vacant property list, another concern I have is some properties, like this is a family home. Maybe it is in, you know, probate or something like that. We have to be careful we don't have policies that separate people from family assets if we don't have to. So I'm interested in working with the department and the administration on policies to, yes, get our vacant properties back into use. But, you know, just having been involved in the land bank and working with vacant properties, I know there's nothing magic about taking a property of foreclosure. Like sometimes the owner you end up with at the end is worse than the owner you had. So I'm really interested in ways to, if there is an owner that's interested in fixing up their vacant property, have there be an effective off-ramp from the foreclosure process for homeowners, for, you know, individuals. And so that's just, I wanted to say that I think that as much as we try to be proactive, we should also work on effective off-ramps. So we're not, so we're making sure that people who live in the city of Wilmington don't lose their assets. And another thing that I just wanted to talk about was the vacant property fees. And it just seems, just looking at these numbers, it seems like, you know, there was a certain number, 800, and I want to say I really appreciate your data. Yeah. Like, this is great. This enables us to ask questions in a way that, and get to the issues. So there's 893 complaints for vacant properties in 2 years. So that's like 400 a year. And I saw that there was 130,000 budgeted for property maintenance, some of which goes for those vacant properties. But 927,000 was received in vacant property fees. So I guess my question is just, you know, there was like 8,000 or something like property complaints, but only 893 vacant property complaints. I just think not all your vacant property complaints are maybe getting captured. And my question, which I'm getting to, is, you know, with all that almost $1 million coming in off of vacant property fees. Is there a way to use some of those resources to maybe shore up some of these vacant properties, like even in the interim, so they don't get that degree of water damage? Like, could you ever put a roof on some of these vacant properties? Or could you, like, are there some vacant property complaints that, like, L&I could respond to and do the work? And, you know, use some of this resources that's being captured from vacant property fees towards, you know, making these vacant properties less of a nuisance, like today.
So I'm going to go back to the list, right? So there are a lot of, the list that's generated is usually generated in March. After the bill is sent out, there is a period in which the person, the owner who owns the property, can request a waiver. Once that period is over, we look at all the waivers, then we make sure who's going to get the waiver. That's usually around when the list is being generated. So around March, the list gets put out. So there may be some people that are on the list that for some reason we have missed. There are some that should be on that list that we don't identify that they're vacant until later. So, you know, that list it runs, so, you know, throughout the year. So if you get a place occupied in January, you might be on a list in March, but you made it occupied ready. As far as those fees, when you look at those fees, a lot of those fees and there are two different fees, right? So there's property maintenance fees and then there's vacant fees. So we have a property that goes to sheriff's sale, and it has, or it sells for whatever reason, it sells on the market, and there are, you know, $10,000 worth of vacant fees assessed to this property throughout like 5-year period. On top of that, there's some property maintenance fees, and then there might be some instant ticket fees. When those fees are paid, that's where that revenue that you're looking at, that's where that comes in. And those are rarely are those properties that are those fees are usually paid when the property is being transferred. You rarely see somebody come in and say, you know, I owe you $25,000. I'm going to pay you the $25,000 for the vacant fees. A lot of times is when they're being transferred. As far as making the places safe, we do respond to properties that are vacant, and there may be a problem where it's a hazard. Like Director Larkin showed one property where the siding was kind of coming off, and that's when we usually use our our property maintenance, that $130,000, and then we make the necessary repairs to make sure it's safe, right? Make sure something isn't going to fall and maybe injure a child. But we don't make repairs to properties that are vacant. That is ultimately the responsibility of the owner. Again, I think we talked about trying to get a hold of the owner. And I think we're talking about fees that are being assessed, but, you know, I think part of it is communicating with the public and the education that, you know, once you purchase a property, you have one whole year where you're not getting any fees. Then you can request a waiver. And if it gets granted, that's 2 years. Then you can request an additional waiver. That's 3 years without fees. So the city isn't coming in and putting fees on a property just to take it to sheriff's sale. When you get a fee assessed to you and it's their first year, it's only $500. But technically, that's your fourth year if you communicated with us, right? Your second year is $1,000. So that's only $1,500, and you've been vacant for 6 years. 6 years. It's not like, hey, you know, you're vacant on Monday and on Tuesday I'm going to give you $10,000, right? It's the first year is free. Then you have to communicate when you get that bill. The problem is that a lot of owners, what I'm finding is they fail to communicate with the city. They're not having that conversation. They're not saying, can I get a waiver? I'm working on it. I have a permit, right? And then we go back out. I need an extension. What happens is they avoid it. They avoid their property maintenance bills, their instant ticket bills. And then when they decide that, oh, you know, I'm going to foreclosure, now it's like, oh, let me fix this, right? But you've been vacant for many, many years, you know, and we have to think about the neighbors, right? Like Councilwoman said, right? We have to think about the people who live next door to these properties, right? What they're dealing with, the calls of service from WPD. So, you know, my goal is to make sure that we communicate with the owners, right? We try to communicate with them and say, listen, this is what you have, and this is what we're willing to do. But if you're not willing to, you know, to cooperate, right, or hide behind an LLC or think you're going to sell it to someone else and sell it to someone else and that vacant clock is going to stop, that can't happen because then we deal with 20 years, 15 years. And if my grandmother lived next to this property, I would be pretty pissed off if I showed up every day, every Sunday to see my grandmom or Monday, whatever, and it's like this property and I have squatters and I have calls of service. So again, they have up to 3 years to be able to pull permits. And even if after 3 years they have a hardship, we can still try to negotiate with them.
Thank you. I'm going to go to
can I have a
Councilmember Cabrera.
Okay, and then I have a follow-up, man.
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Pabon, thank you for the presentation. As you know, we will be working close together as I chair this committee. I love what you said about being proactive versus reactive. That is the stance that we need to take. Going right into the pre-inspection discussion, one of the things that was brought up in the meetings when we were bringing up the fees for registering the properties, as well as the rental units that the landlord association brought up is what exactly are they paying for, because no one's coming out to inspect the property. So they felt that that was unfair that we raise those fees, which we might have to revisit. They did come up with some ideas and proposal that I would like to revisit with you, maybe set up a time in a meeting to see if there's a way that this can be done. Now, on April 25th, Councilmember Darby has been adamant that we should look at the city of Lancaster. She's visited before, and some of us will be going on this visit to see how they are able to do this in a city that is close to our size with the same demand, and somehow they are able to get those pre-rental inspections. So something that I would like to work on with you, and I hope that maybe you could join us on that field trip April 25th. I do want to talk about the vacants. Those fees did go up because we needed action. As you just eloquently explained, the properties on a block that are vacant, not only do they bring the property values down, it's a home that can be repurposed for those that are so concerned about housing availability. That's something that we need to look at. At the same time, not only do the values go down, but the crime goes up in neighborhoods where we have the highest rate of vacancy. One of the things that I am proposing, along with some of my council members that will join us in sponsoring this legislation, is a legacy home project. We find that some people don't let go of these homes because of emotional attachments. This was their grandmother's first home. It's the first property that someone in their family owned. Nobody wants to live in it, but they don't want to let go of it. So hoping that that is something that we can also work on together. And it's simple as doing a ceremony, archiving it, and putting a plaque on there to show, just like we do with the historical properties, that we are recognizing that this house existed in this family. Because sometimes it is an emotional attachment. But I agree also with what Councilmember Owen said, because we haven't been able to get inside these properties, like Adams Street. We weren't able to really address the issues. So I'm hoping that pre-inspections is something that we can look at and visit, not just for this budget year, but, really putting a serious focus on that in the future, if it means increasing the L&I budget to do that. But let's take a look to see how the city of Lancaster is doing it with the amount of people that they have. So I'm hoping that you'll be able to join us. I know this is more of a comment than questions, but with the pre-inspections, I really would like for us to revisit that.
Thank you. Councilmember McCoy, and then I come back to you, Councilmember Willard.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pavone, I just had a question about the $130,000 for the property maintenance. And so I've actually seen many of the neglected properties, and I wrongfully assumed that we kind of ran out of money. And so, because there's been times where the same properties continue to be kicked in, or so I'm wondering whether or not, because I'm looking at what we spent in previous years, we haven't hit $130,000 yet. honestly, with the property maintenance. So why aren't we having something a little bit more reinforced that we don't have to worry about having to keep coming back every other week or so someone's calling or whatever?
I'm not sure why we haven't hit it, but and you're talking about reinforcement. So currently, those are some changes that we have made. So that contract is actually out right now, or it's going to be going out this year for bid. The gentleman who's had the contract for years, who had it last year, had it for a few years now. One of the things that we are going to talk to him about is the quality of work, right, and how they're supposed to come in and board up the properties. Unfortunately, you have people that they're able to get in these properties, no matter what we do, right? They will, climb up the second floor. Sometimes there's really not much we can do. We're secured the best that we can. But if we do get called back out there, he will resecure it. We'll generate a bill. We will then put that fee on that property owner. But that's only after we try to get a hold of the owner, right? I do want to say that, like, a lot of times when the inspector goes out, he'll look for a phone number, he'll look for something to communicate to the owner and say, listen, you have this property, it needs to be secured. If you don't secure within an amount, this amount of time, we'll secure it for you, but know that these fees are going to be put on your property. I think the goal here is to have the turnaround of the amount of time that properties are vacant. And I think that that's really important to make sure that we identify early, because one vacant property, in my previous career, I can tell you that I would say probably 75% of all fires that happen in the city of Wilmington are occurring in vacant properties. And a lot of it is because of squatters, right? Especially when we get into the winter months. And when you see properties like the 200 block of North Franklin, where you have one vacant property and squatters, and it's been sitting vacant for many years, and now you have a fire, then that gets to the two separate properties. Now you have 4 vacant properties, sometimes 3, right? And depends on who owns the properties. So, my goal is to make sure that we turn around these properties, identify them early, talk to the owners, tell them, hey, let's work together. But, you not knowing or you not reaching out to us or communicating with us is not acceptable, right? We want to work with everyone. We want to work just same thing with Councilwoman Cabrera said about the landlords, right? I plan on a meeting with all the landlords, with that group, to discuss, the requirements for the city, like what is expected from them and what they should expect from us. We are going to look at doing more videos, hand out more information about vacant properties and the registration process and rentals. So I think we have a plan. I want to, go into it very aggressive, and again, especially looking at these rental properties and making sure that we secure them. As far as boarding them up, like I said, we'll board them up as many times. If you call us every day, we have to make sure it's safe. We can't leave the property unsecured.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Willard and then Councilmember Owens.
Yeah, I
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the boarding of vacant properties and L&I boarding them and doing it more often and more secure, I think it would go a long way to addressing the problems you're talking about people going in and out of vacants. And I just want to underline, I think vacant properties are a huge problem too, and I really appreciate the administration's focus on that. I just want to make sure that we do it in a way that, the most effective way. And I have a question here, which I haven't understood for many years, which is, you've brought the vacant property list down, which is great. So it's 875. But a lot of those vacant properties, they've been vacant for less than 5 years. 378 properties were vacant for more than 5 years out of that 875, 378. And the rest were vacant for less than 5 years. So I was just wondering, do you have different strategies for bringing back the vacant properties that have been vacant for more, the 378 properties, like the half, there's only really half of the properties have been vacant for more than 5 years. Do you think there's different strategies that are needed for the properties that have been vacant for more than 5 years versus the properties that have been vacant for less than 5 years? The half that's been vacant for less than 5 years?
You know, I haven't really looked at that with the vacant team. We broke the team into 3 different teams. Most of them are assigned an area. So our goal is to treat a vacant property. Once it's ID'd vacant and is registered, whether it's 5 years or 15 years, is to, again, like I said earlier, is to learn the story of that property and see if we have an owner that's responsive. So our plan is to look at every single property instead of riding by and saying, yes, it's vacant. Yes, it's vacant. Let's just put it on the list. Continue to put it on the list. No, the goal is not to be vacant. The goal is to get out of the car, do a walk around, look at the property, call the owner, and if we have to set up a meeting with them, that's fine, right? If we have to come to the council person in the district and say, let's have this communication, right? Maybe I need to point you to the right direction. You need help. This is not something, you know, you have 10 properties and all of them are vacant. Like, what is your plan? Like, you have to do something. You have to take action. So there really is no plan to look at the ones that have been vacant. The plan is to, and I don't want to say there's no plan, the plan is to look at them all the same. Ones that are vacant, they're vacant, they've been ID'd, we're going to work with them all the same.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To kind of follow up off of Councilwoman Wilhauer, for these properties that sit vacant, once they get to a certain point, the city tries to acquire them or tries to take them away from the homeowner if they're not paying their fees?
So what happens is once they sit vacant, you know, vacant fees are assessed to the property based on how many years it's been vacant. Now, there's waivers in there and stuff and things like that. But once, you know, for example, if a property is vacant for 10 years, it's $5,000 per year, right? And then the next year is another $10,000. I think what Stephanie was saying, that I don't think we aggressively been looking at the debt that's owed for vacant property fees. Now, that was under the last, you know, breakdown. You know, effective this year, a property that's vacant for more than 5 years is $12,000 a year. That's the new fee structure that was voted on in July, right? I think that debt hasn't been looked at. Now we're looking at it, and we're trying to, you know, the plans to communicate with the owners to saying this is how much debt you have. But there are ways that if there are kind of rules to the debt that's owed, if it's owner occupied, right, no one's going to take that property to sheriff's sale, right? They're going to, you know, the finance department, delinquent account is going to work. You know, we're all going to talk and say, hey, listen, let's work. Let's talk about a plan to repay this debt. So it's not like someone saying, hey, you know, get out of your property, we're going to take it to sheriff's sale. If the property's done, ready to occupy, we'll communicate with them. We'll try to, you know, talk to them and see what debt they can pay and what debt should be, you know, removed. But it's now what's happening is for those properties that are, there's no one is taking, you know, that person who, you know, had a fire, got paid $200,000, pocketed the money, and just walked away from the property, right? Those are the ones that we're going to look at and say, these are the ones that are being recommended to sheriff's sale, and then we'll work with them. But yeah, so once they go to sheriff's sale, the city doesn't acquire them. They go to sheriff's sale, and then they sell through that process. If someone comes in, an investor comes in and says, I like these 10 properties, I'm going to pay the debt, then they will purchase those properties, and then we will work with that owner to try to get that property, you know, get them a waiver. Then the clock for vacant properties continues, but their clock can start over if they ask a waiver. Now they have a certain amount of time to turn that property over. So that's the goal. So now we're looking at these properties a little closer and saying these are recommended to go to sheriff's sale.
Thank you.
And a quick follow-up. So you would say it would be uncommon if someone is paying their vacant property fees, it would be uncommon for the city to try to step in and take let's say, a very bad property in horrible condition, been vacant for a long time, to try to take that property?
Well, I'm not saying if they don't have the fees, then obviously they won't qualify,
Yeah, there has to be a certain amount of debt.
Yeah.
So if they're paying it, then there won't be the debt. Now, there is another option, which is nuisance property points, which are assessed.
And that's under this department too?
That is in conjunction with the law department. We have a nuisance property manager in the law department who works with L&I on assessing the nuisance property points.
Okay. And my final point is in here on question 1, it says that there's 765 vacant properties in the city that are privately owned, 894 throughout the city, including the Land Bank, Wilmington Housing Authority in the city of Wilmington, and 501c properties. The reason why I ask those questions is because we all have had multiple discussions about the acquisition of Gibraltar and how that $900,000 went there, where we could have been getting other properties that are actually in our neighborhoods that are vacant. We could have been purchasing them and getting them rehab and put back into the community. So I was just wondering, I have properties in my district that have been vacant for 30 years that we don't get the same love over our way. So that's why I was asking those questions. And I hope going forward, we can have a better mechanism in addressing those type of properties, especially if, we're going to be using city and taxpayer dollars to purchase those. It shouldn't just be going to, whoever is in the mayor's office. At the time, it was former Mayor Mike Pazicki. It shouldn't be going to 2 people who match out to his campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Thank you. Very quickly, Commissioner, would you happen to, I know that you gave us the numbers of what's privately owned, but do you have a list of what actually is, when you say private and individual versus you have LLCs, you have investors, and you do have individuals, but those individuals might own multiple properties and their investment properties that they're holding on to. As you mentioned, or someone mentioned, some of these properties are LLCs. They're not individuals. They can afford to pay the fines. Now we've made them a little bit more unaffordable. So eventually it's not going to be in the best interest to leave a property vacant for a long period of time because it's going to be costly for them. Better to sell it or invest. Do we have a number of broken down, aside from what you gave us, of who are really individuals, like someone who doesn't have the money to fix their property and that's why it's vacant, as my council colleagues have brought up?
No, we don't have a list of like which ones are owned by LLCs, but like the vacant list that's online, it identifies the owners. We don't break it down by, I meant privately owned that are not owned by the Land Bank, City of Wilmington, or WHA. That are owned by, someone else, to include the LLCs. We don't have a list that just spreads out like, this is owned by, one person versus an LLC. We don't have that list.
Okay, well, maybe that's something, Ms. Director Mergler, that we could maybe look at to see, because obviously it's a concern to me as well that we're not taking properties from people who really are experiencing a hardship. Maybe they did have a roof leak or something, and that property's sitting vacant, and they're trying to come up with the resources. And we don't want them to have to keep paying vacant property fines instead of investing that money into fixing the property. Because I think that when we really look at the list, you can see the ones that have LLCs next to them and see that there's just people who have not really tried to make an effort. Sometimes they hold on to them waiting for those property values to go up.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I'll let you finish first, but absolutely. We would be happy to look into that. And as Commissioner Pabon said, our next step in addressing the vacancies is kind of creating the figuring out the story behind each one. And so that is data that they'll be gathering as they do this analysis over the next year. So we will absolutely have that data, and we can definitely work with you on a policy for, proper targeting of the LLCs versus the AIR properties.
Great. And we have a meeting next week where we can discuss some of these issues. My second thing that I wanted to bring up very quick, Commissioner, is recently one of our constituents brought up to the land bank and to the Wilmington Housing Authority about the ugly boards that are on these properties that really do identify them as a vacant when maybe no one really knew that they were vacant, but we are securing them. That there are some boards that can be put on the inside of the property that are just visually more acceptable. They don't look bad. We know that there's a cost with that, but we're thinking that maybe just on the front of the property versus around the back or the sides, and keeping the boards to secure those areas, but maybe having a fixture that doesn't really identify right away that it's a vacant property, and it doesn't bring down the neighborhood in terms of aesthetics. So this is something that I'm hearing from the community and hoping, maybe not for this budget cycle, for the next budget cycle, if we can look at the cost of these boards and utilizing them. I know it was brought before the land bank and our monies are limited, but we would look at doing something like this just to keep our neighborhoods, and to also not really send a signal out there, hey, this is a vacant property, come break in. So just wanted to see if we could look into that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. Commissioner, real quick, under question number 7, where you allocated $290,000 for animal control, on your grid, where does rodents fall at? I wanted to know, for the most part, because as you know, when demolition projects take place, there tends to be an uptick in rodents. And my question to you is, does your team consider allocating extra dollars when you know that there's going to be demolition? For example, with Bancroft School, with that demolition, it seems like there's an uptick in rodents.
No, the animal control is mainly for the 290 is for cats and dogs. As far as the rodent, there is an amount that I do have, and that's where that Will's Pest Control comes in. When I discuss Will's Pest Control, and they are only for vacant properties, and they're billed, and they're more for possums, squirrels, rats, raccoons, and those type of things. We only address those in vacant properties if we get called out. To a neighbor and says that, it's been identified that it's coming from that property, then we will address that vacant property, but not for, someone who owns their property.
I will say that this didn't come up in the previous hearing, but Land Use and Planning also contracts with Will's Pest Control. And if I recall the director saying during one of our meetings that he will contract with them during demolitions and other times that we know that there will be a large number of rodents. So that is actually, that we do that, and that is through Land Use and Planning.
Okay, that's good because, like I said, as we know, there's demolition over on the east side, and they could be demolition in other areas. However, that's the kind of feedback that I'm getting. And of course, with Bancroft, whenever there's demolition, I get more calls.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure that that's being discussed and that money is added in the budget. But we are...
Council, I just want to make one statement. I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Oliver, and then we're going to go to the public to see if anyone has any comments.
I apologize. I had to drop off my niece, but I do take my job serious, so don't want to miss the budget. This is the most important job that I have here. I'm glad you mentioned that. That was all I wanted to mention for this particular department, is that on the east side with all the work, especially Bancroft, Councilman Hardy and myself have numerous meetings together, and that's all we hear is about the rodents. And I had mentioned it to the last administration, and nothing was done about it. And I do think what I mentioned before, and I would like to let the constituents know on record that I feel as though Will's Control should have a contract strictly for the east side because of all the work that's being done, the rats, the raccoons, the rodents, the mice. And again, I've said it in all the meetings, and I'm going to say it publicly. If it was in another area, they would have a person who dealt with pest control in that area. And I think it's unfortunate that the minorities on the east side have to deal with the pest problem, and nobody, so I'm glad you brought that up. That should be something we should put in a budget, and it should be a contract with not just maybe Will's, I don't care who is the contractor, and it should be more than one, because the east side, it was always known to be a swamp area, and it's just rodents running everywhere. So I'm glad you mentioned that. So we should, maybe we could have more discussion to put that in the budget, especially like you stated with Bancroft being tore down. It's just work if you ride through the east side, it's work just being done everywhere with the pipes that was down there from 1920s on top of Delmar Power, who I just had a meeting with, and all these other, contractors out there. The east side is swamped with construction, and I think that should be a priority, Marshall, Ms. Bass-Knight, that we can discuss with, Sharon or Daniel, whoever. Again, this was brought up again, the last administration, and I don't like to keep reiterating this, but I'm reiterating it for the new council members. The last administration didn't really care about a lot of things unless it was development. So I want to put that out there. This has been going on for a while. This is not nothing new. And even development, and maybe on the west side of your area, we all need to pay attention to a lot of construction. And it's not about seniors. This is about people who live in these areas where it's a lot of work being done, and it's pests running everywhere. And the only thing we were hearing under the last administration was, we'll see what we could do. We can see what we could do. And it's not fair that when they want something done, as Mr. On said, mentioning a Gibraltar, what about these people who could use that money to help them with this pest control? So I just wanted to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Hardy, and I will let the members know at the next meeting next week that you did bring that up. Thank you.
Sure. Do we have anyone from the public that have any comments? Anyone from the public? Okay, we are out of time, but I see we have one question from one other council member, Councilmember McCoy.
Madam Chair, I didn't have a question. I just had a comment. And I do understand what you're going through. And one of the things that I've learned, Councilwoman Oliver, is that I contact Public Works. We bait the sewers to deal with the rats. I do that regularly, at least twice a year, but mice are something totally different. We have a lot of older homes in our area, and so I don't know whether or not the city will ever do anything about that, especially if these people are renters. It's more like a landlord thing, but in order to make certain that we don't really spread a bunch of diseases, we make certain that we bait the sewer, so Public Works will be able to help you with that. But I would love to be able to get more information from the whales, pests, whoever they are, if there's other types of animals running around.
Thank you. Councilman.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say I'm thankful for Councilwoman Hawley and Councilwoman Oliver for bringing that up. I know, as you said, the east side is swamped with construction. You see the CEBs doing the community center, people settlement, and more. We got to make sure we take care of that. So I hope Stephanie Mergler deputy looks at that, and we do find a way that the 3rd District can get exactly what they need right now, especially while we're primarily focusing on a lot of construction in that area. So just want to make that quick statement. Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to.
Thank you. Thank you. So, all right. Thank you, everyone, for the presentations. Thank you, council members, for these in-depth questions. I think they were very good questions because there's a lot going on as it relates to housing, whether it's revitalization, demolition, new housing, affordable housing. So we definitely know that that's an issue, and us working together and bringing our heads together to talk about how we can do it better and do it together, I think that we can move the needle forward. So I do want to thank you, Commissioner Pabon. Thank you, Mr. Naheed, for presenting on this evening. And any follow-up information, we are asking that everyone please provide it to Ms. Bass-Knight. And at this point in time, I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break, and we will return at 7:40. And I want to thank all the council members that have stayed, the council members from the Finance Committee, and all the other council members as well. So we'll be back here at 7:45. Thank you, everyone.
you work at?
740.
Where you work at?
Good evening, honorable members of council, Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephanie Mergler, OMB, and our Director of Housing, Director Weir. I am now calling to order this Finance Committee budget hearing for the Real Estate and Housing Department as we are resuming from a 10-minute break. First, I would like to start by recognizing the members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Bracy, Councilmember Hackett,
Here.
Councilmember Spadola, President Congo, and I would also like to recognize any other council members present. Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy.
Here.
At this time, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask that if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. I now turn it over to Mr. Hayford, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, then followed by Director Weir, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 75 minutes. Mr. Hayford.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Council President, and honorable members of City Council. This evening, I would like to present the Department of Real Estate and Housing FY2026 budget on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. Next slide, please. The Department of Real Estate and Housing is requesting a total general fund budget of about $2.7 million, an increase of about $102,000, or 3.9%. Next slide, please. Personal services decreased by a net 0.2 FTE. A vacant senior rehabilitation specialist, 2, and a vacant senior program director, both split funded, 10% general fund and 90% special funds, were eliminated for a salary and benefit savings of almost $21,000 to the general fund. Temporary salaries increased by $35,000 to hire a part-time employee to work on special projects, such as mortgage loan document digitalization. MS&E increased by over $98,000, or 6.4%. This is primarily due to a $100,000 increase to the Clean Team program to support higher salaries. This program, now in its 7th year, hires residents to clean streets and neighborhoods, giving them an opportunity to earn money while providing an important benefit for the city. Their service decreased by almost $23,000 per the existing debt service schedule. Next slide, please. Moving on to the federal HUD grants. Projected funding for CDBG, Housing for People with AIDS, Emergency Shelter Grant, and Home Partnerships remain unchanged from FY 2025 at a total of $3.9 million. There will be a detailed presentation to Council after the HUD award allocation are released. This concludes my presentation, and I return the floor to the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Weir, I'll turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson Hartley. honorable members of the committee and council that are present or online. And of course, thank you to our citizens of our great city that are participating in the process. I'd also like to just take an opportunity to thank the OMB staff. They're super supportive and do a fantastic job. The Real Estate and Housing Department staff, and especially Shamika Ponzo and Tom Ford, who are here tonight. We're very lucky to have those folks that are smart, hardworking, and passionate. I'd like to give you an overview because I know that council members and committee members have the presentation. So as far as our vision of the departmental job to do is increasing the supply of affordable housing, improving housing markets and existing housing stock, promoting self-sufficiency, and engaging in activities to stabilize and revitalize our neighborhoods. How do we do that? Well, we allocate any money that we're given. Primarily, we are funded through federal, but as far as state and local resources, we are working with those funds to benefit persons of low and moderate income in our neighborhoods. And we try to partner with anyone that can maximize our mission. Our priorities, top three, are an increased the supply of affordable housing that is decent, safe, and sanitary. Engage in activities geared towards stabilization and revitalization of our neighborhoods. And increase homeownership opportunities to increase stability wherever we can through collaborative efforts with nonprofit and for-profit developers. When we talk about our performance measures, we look to support the organizations that provide services to Wilmington's most needy residents. One of the things we look at is audit findings. Are we supporting those organizations so there is no audit findings through the federal funds? We administer those funding programs, and how can we create more affordable housing and preserve existing housing? We report on a yearly basis on those production numbers. And how about increase the accessibility to affordable housing units through homeownership, which we know is an important part of the stability of our neighborhoods.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for sharing the vision and your priorities. We're going to move right into question number one. So, Director Weir, considering that Council shared its FY2026 budget priorities with the mayor, which some priorities are neighborhood stabilization and affordable housing revitalization that are in alignment with the administration, please share how your budget supports these priorities, and you can just answer alphabets A and B. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bulk of this presentation will outline the alignment between council and the mayor's priorities for city funds. One of the things that the Real Estate and Housing Department does as a survivability is that we collaborate with both internal and external organizations, clients, and when we talk about the philosophy that no one is smarter than everyone, that is how we operate as far as a department. When we talk about the public services to low and moderate income families, they are primarily funded through the federal grant, and as was said earlier, that the Real Estate and Housing Department will come back to City Council to make sure that that is fully vetted before it comes for a vote. When we talk about B, as far as the programming of the pipeline for the housing opportunity funds, I know they've been called different things, but absolutely, as far as the opportunity funds, gave us additional funding for all the priorities that the Real Estate and Housing Department has. There's no magic to that, other than when we talk about affordable housing, we are producing housing that costs more to produce than either is being bought or is being rented, so that demands that there is subsidy available, and it's directly correlated, the subsidy, to the number of units that are produced.
Okay. All right. So number two is pretty loaded. However, we're going to tackle it. So with the challenge of the evolving changes with federal funds, can you please specify if there is any consideration within this budget for a public-private partnership that will enable the city to have the ability to collaborate with private entities for funding and sponsorships to help augment city funds to assist with affordable housing? Please explain why or why not, particularly knowing the limitations of federal funds as well as the continued scale back of federal funds and the rising cost for housing. Specify if any, collaboration efforts for enterprise zones and purpose-built?
Well, the Real Estate and Housing Department is continually looking for collaborations that will advance the city's affordable housing agenda. As I mentioned earlier, that oftentimes directly equates to the amount of subsidies involved. We have a very scattered financial picture right this very second in our country, and when we talk about corporate and other partners that we would look to, we're hoping that that doesn't seep into their willingness to extend that cooperation and that collaboration when we talk about what the city needs. When we talk about the enterprise zones are really about the state and local offering incentives. I think there's a number of incentives that are available through various departments in the city. It's to encourage businesses to invest and create jobs, which I know also happens from other city departments. When we talk about the purpose-built communities, Real Estate and Housing was an integral partner in supporting the application for the Choice Neighborhood Grant, which we did win. And the federal budget that we have right now, also through Home and CDBG, participates with the purpose-built community in the Northeast, which is just a fantastic project and already has produced a number of affordable properties that also are service enhanced. So that's a great project and a great initiative, and we have rolled up our sleeves to help them get that done as fast as possible.
Okay, and what is the CNI?
Choice Neighborhoods Initiative.
Okay.
So that was a $50 million grant that we co-authored between the Housing Authority, the purpose-built Reach Riverside, and the city.
Okay. All right. Number 3, notwithstanding jurisdictions that choose to be a sanctuary city, however, considering the evolving federal mandates, specify impact to your budget if Wilmington was a welcoming city or safe haven for immigrants?
Well, I think if I had the answer to that, I would probably be on CNN right now. When we talk about what the federal policy will be, it'll dictate the awards of federal entitlement funds. At this point, we know that through the continuing resolution that we are anticipating a flat budget for this year, and we are anticipating that that would be announced sometime in May. But when we talk about the following year's budget right now, there's not a lot of consensus among the experts of what that will look like.
Okay. All right. Number 4, can you share the plan used for $2.5 million allocated to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund from the Tax Stabilization Reserve? You can answer A and B.
Thank you. The $2.5 million allocated to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund currently is $500,000 allocated to the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, and that will be part of their capital stack to enhance what they are receiving from other federal sources. But that is basically their operating budget. There is also $2 million that is set aside for homeowner repair, an alley clearance and problem tree removal initiative, which we know from some of our work in the east side is a stabilizing initiative when you talk about those problem properties, the problem trees, and the problem alleys. On the funding that the city has allocated to the land bank per year since its inception, I have included a chart that is starting in 2017 and it follows through to 2025, and that is totaling of $15,300,000 or almost $400,000. In addition, the city has waived fees for properties that have been taken to sheriff's sale, and that currently rests about $6.8 million, but it's debatable whether that is a cash benefit or not to anyone other than the properties that are going to go to the rehabilitation stages.
Big B. Did you answer B already?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, is there a slide? Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Stuttering. There's 2 B's. BB.
That's okay.
So as far as this is about the homeowner lottery repair program in the last 2 years, the we've had 3 drawings. The first 2 were citywide. They were homeowners assisted. First round was 73, the second round was 74. The chart outlines how much was spent and what the average per homeowner. Really what happened is that our first run out, we tried to stay under the $10,000 budget, but I think everyone can appreciate that when you have major repairs, there's oftentimes overages. And we managed it a little bit. We managed it better as we went along, in as much that if we had a small amount left, we would say to the homeowner, well, what can we do with the small amount? And that oftentimes put us over the budget. So we've moved in the second round to saying that you have up to $10,000 to use for one major repair, which seemed to be a nice match between what the needs were and what our resources were. One of the things I would like to share with the committee is that our partner, Habitat for Humanity, also does a healthy home assessment because they have other resources that are available to them. So we are oftentimes sandwiching the city's resources with other resources, and not just homeowner repair, but also some of the health issues that are created by properties that aren't properly maintained. Right before the end of the calendar year, we changed our direction just a little bit, and we limited to homeowners that were 65 years and older. There were 65 addresses drawn. They have all been assessed, and they are now currently out to bid, so I do not have a number to present to the committee as far as what our spend will be or what our average will be, but that should happen probably in the next 2 months, I would say.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Number 5. While realizing federal funding is evolving on a daily basis with many legal challenges, can you please share the planned use of the approximately $4 million budgeted across Community Development Block Grant Fund, Home Investment Partnership Program Fund, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, and Emergency Solutions Grant, which these funds has remained the same as the previous budget?
I might be jumping just a little bit ahead because I think the next question deals in how what's the criteria and how the selection process happened. What we did is we actually advertised. We had meetings that helped technical assistance for our organizations, and that was started in December of 24. We took proposals from from January of 25 to February of 25. We had a review committee that met on the March 13th and scored the applications, and we are now going through those recommendations to make sure that they meet the criteria of the federal funds. One of the lessons that we've learned is that to make an award without doing some of the homework before the award is made makes it tough to spend the money sometimes. And Washington is very, very interested in how their money is being spent. That intensity has gone up. Okay. So when we talk about a timeliness issue, what we're doing right now is we're going through and speaking to the organizations that scored high to make sure that we and they understand what the requirements are. Because although the overall grant has been shrinking over time, the compliance requirements have been going up. So when you talk about some of these organizations that they're staff thin, and this work has to be done, they need to understand that before they sign it on the dotted line. And that's one of the upgrades that we've really made, that we are reaching out to these organizations before we make the final recommendation. Once again, we know that we are estimating at 3.9, but that will only be real when we have our allocation released. When we talk about the contingency plans, this is a A on 5. Contingency plans for federal funds, they're not replacing funds. There's not funds that are available that if the federal funds are not there. So I'm anticipating that if we have a reduction, we're going to have a reduction of activity and a reduction of workforce in the real estate and housing department. That's how we're funded, and the projects are funded that way. And if we don't have federal funds, it'll happen on the state level too. I mean, we will not be the only jurisdiction that has a reduction. So it'll have to be a reprioritization, I believe, as far as what we feel is the best for our community.
Okay.
This will be 5C. As far as the question was specific to any new recipients projected to receive funds, at this time, there are no new applicants that are being recommended. We did have 3 or 4 new applicants, but they scored very low as far as their probability. To generalize, I can tell you that a lot of the newer applicants said, I have a project for $1.5 million, as an example, and I need to have $1.5 million from the city. And when we talk about collaborations, we talk about partnerships, that's for some of these new organizations. They have to understand that that is part of survival and as part of service to the community. It can't just be one source. We are also heavily recommending funding for homeless services, rapid rehousing, and we felt also that some of these new folks that were coming in were not pointed at that needy population, and we know that that is a growing population, and we feel that that's going to continue to grow, and we need to have as much focus and resources on that as possible. The D for question 5, pretty obvious that the asks are more than what we are projecting for the amounts to be allocated. Some not so big and some pretty big. And E on question 5, when we talk about the major CDBG budget, we have administrative costs, public services, housing rehabilitation, and public infrastructure improvements. Several youth programs will likely be selected to receive funding for these public services. We know that the youth is important in our community, and when we talk about the folks that have the heaviest needs, that's what the CDBG program is all about.
Okay. We're going to move right on to number 6. Can you discuss the plan used for $1.55 million budgeted in community activities, up $100,000 over the prior year's budget?
The chart on the screen right now, we're talking about non-federal activities. We are requesting a flat $300,000. Neighborhood Clean Team is up $100,000. This is directly a cause and effect of the minimum wage going up. Last year, we did go over our budget by about $45,000, and we know that to match this year's minimum, which went up again as of January 1st, to keep the clean teams solvent and working 5 days a week. They do work 5 days a week, and they work from 7 till noon. That would be required. And anyone that's familiar with small business, the small business has to pay their portion of taxes for the employees also. Live near your work. We were asking for $150. That matches last year's, and that is up to $15,000 per settlement. And our down payment settlement assistance, which is being very successfully drawn on, and that would be $200,000 of non-federal money. We are also projecting that there will be federal money going into that program too. We hope to help people that are making up to 100% area median income. A, under question 6, Madam Chair, the entities that are working in the Neighborhood Clean Team are as follows: the Temple United Learning Center, Community Empowerment Project, Wilmington Hope Commission, Rainbow of Grace Community Services, and we also have a manager, Lawrence Consultant Group, that serves as a liaison between the Clean Team groups and various city departments. So in our 2025, as you can see, we've actually spent almost $846,000, and our budget was $800. So when we talk about our non-federal activities, that was a miscellaneous project draw.
Okay. Let's see. Which?
There we go. So following up with question 6, as far as the number of folks that have participated in the Live Near Your Work program, that is all city employees, and within the last in the last 2 years we've had 6 settlements, but since the program has been initiated, we've had 174 employees that have taken advantage of that. When we talk about the specific number of people participating in the down payment and settlement assistance program, We have had 75 closings to date, and that has been within the last 2 years, with an average assistance of $12,600 with 2 city employees in that program. We do allow city employees to stack with both programs. The federal funds, though, are underwritten on a basis of need. Both of those programs require the participants to have $1,000 of their own money. When we talk about the D on question 6, the non-federal activities, what we use those for throughout the year, that project line is used for various real estate activities, including but not limited to grass cutting, debris and snow removal, title searches, testing and abatement of environmental contaminants, general fund overages, tree surgery removal, property acquisitions, outside counsel legal services, and down payment and settlement assistance. May I add that right now the city has approximately 233 parcels in its name, and the Real Estate and Housing Department works with approximately 51 of those parcels. Of those 51, 13 are functioning community gardens, which we are involved in on a regular basis, whether it's a cleanup at the end of the season or a cleanup at the beginning of the season, fencing, those kind of things. There's 6 parking areas. We currently have 6 structures that we are currently rehabbing, and we have 25 lots. And of course, the urban bike project and amphitheater is part of our responsibility too. So that,
that concludes 6.
Yep. And any of the money that's left in that account at the end of the fiscal year is swept to the general account.
Okay. All right.
We try not to have too much of that.
All right. Okay, number 7, can you please discuss current vacant positions from A to D?
Well, I have a gigantic smile on my face because the Real Estate and Housing Department is now fully staffed to meet its operational needs. We had one position that was vacant for over 500 days. So when I talk about the staff has really done a fantastic job in keeping ahead of the workload. When we talk about, say, for instance, this year in our single audit, we had 0 findings. And that's part of the audit that happens with the city's outside auditors. So we have been really paying attention to what needs to be done. And we have now 2 new positions that we are training up, and we think we can get more done.
Awesome. Great. Okay, we have just a few more questions. Number 8, can you please discuss any proposed changes to positions? New, deleted, etc. I think you pretty much shared that. So let's just go to letter A, specifying mechanisms in place to ensure that administrative costs overruns from the CDBG administrative caps as it pertains to staffing and will not create cost overruns to be charged to the general fund.
The Real Estate and Housing Department needs to account for their time as per special fund. So we have general fund, of course, and then we have the specific special fund. That is broken down into 20-minute portions of the hour, which is difficult to do, and it's also difficult to forecast. When we have projects that we're working with partners that are moving along fast, that is, our definition of heaven, right? But we have projects that are slow or snagged. All of a sudden, now we have to look at what our timing is. So OneRoof is the software that we use, and what we're doing right now is monthly reconciliations. So what we can see, rather than in a quarter or even a half year, where are we on some of these pieces and adjust accordingly. We have to be careful, though, because I talked earlier about audits, and we can't cook the books. We have to make sure that our accountability is accurate, because that's one of the first things that an auditor looks at, because it's the easy thing to look at as far as your staff hours versus your administrative caps. I'd also like to add that as far as the elimination of the senior rehab specialist and the senior program director is a direct result of us working without those positions. So there was maybe a silver lining there. And we also picked up a piece of software that really helps us and also, I believe, helps our subrecipients in reporting. So we're going from paper to modern ways. We sing it. No.
Okay. You made one point regarding One Roof monthly.
Yeah, the One Roof is just a software because Munis and the IDIS system, which is the federal system, does not talk to each other, those two softwares. So the One Roof allows us to put our time in, and then it allows us to take it out and put it into the federal system as well as report it out to our internal auditors.
Oh, okay. All right. Number 9, can you please discuss the planned use of $165,000 budgeted for consultants, $65,000 the general fund, and $100,000 CDBG, and please specify the vendor names and if any DBEs.
We have been working with Jeter and Company, LLC. They are a DBE. In fact, Earl just mentioned to us the other day he's probably up for renewal of his DBE. But outside auditing company, outside accounting company, and they primarily work with our One Roof, and that is as a portion of it. And then M&L Associates, they're our HUD consultants. And when we were short on staff, they really plugged a lot of holes for us. At this point now, we're starting to wean ourselves off, but they also are integral this year because they are going to accelerate our new staff's learning curve. When you talk about doing the job and teaching the job, that's 2 jobs. So what we're doing in this year is we're going to keep our HUD consultants on, and we're going to task them with not only keeping us on top of our workload, but also in training our new staff.
Okay. Very well. Okay. So number 10, can you share any ongoing plans for the Neighborly Community Development Program software and specify any cost and purpose?
Yes, thank you. The Neighborly software is designed to increase efficiency and accountability to the enrollment, administration, and reporting of these federal funds. So not only does it allow the internal staff to maintain a knowledge of what's happening and information, but it also allows our subrecipients to directly put their information into the system. Mm-hmm. So they have a password and a key that they can open that up and put that in. We can do a review of that information electronically, where previously that had to be not only a handwritten document that came from our participating jurisdictions, but then it had to be a hand review. So we've really increased our efficiency there, and super happy to report that at this point we have 5 licenses, and the cost is $13,500. So I don't want to say we've eliminated 2 positions and we're only paying $13,000, but that's pretty much the bottom line there, that software has really helped us and will continue because we can also add modules as we move forward.
Okay. All right. So our last question was basically asking you to provide the FY2026 proposed organizational chart, which we're looking at, with the total number of employees, be it permanent, temporary, contract, vacancies, etc. And it looks like you have pretty much your organization here. Now, looking at this, it looks like a small group, but
we're mighty.
And that's what matters.
Well, we used to have 3 divisions.
Okay.
So once again, the silver lining of having long-term vacancies is that not only did we figure out how to do that, but we also adjusted. And I can put the blame on myself. When I first came back to take this seat as the director, I saw the same org chart that we had when I was here 15 years ago. And I didn't react to it. I just said, okay, fine, we'll just keep on doing that. This is really, it was a little painful to get here, but at this point we have 2 sharp divisions. We have a ARPA construction manager that is contracted for 2 years, not only to finish out the ARPA work that we're doing, but that funding source allows them to work within our sphere and not have any compliancy issues. So when we talk about the future, In 2 years, will we be looking at, do we need to bring someone on? I can't answer that question right this very second, but we know that we have a really good person in that's under contract. What happens to the grants and the awards? If there's a need to do that, we can pick somebody up. If not, then we just become a little lesser and mightier.
Okay, all right, well, that's what matters. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. Thank you for answering the questions. And so at this point in time, we're going to go on the floor to find out if any council members have any questions, and then we're going to go to the public. So, Council Member McCoy?
Thank you. How you doing, Director Weir? So my question is, when you talked about the live where you work, I wanted to find out whether or not you were working at all with the residency task force. And the reason why I asked that is because are we only using these funds for home ownership? Or are we able to, like do with other things, like in order to try to get more people, working here in the city of Wilmington for the city?
Program right now is written that homeownership is the only tendency that we would support.
Okay.
I have not been working with the task force, but this is the second year that we've moved up. It used to be $4,000 of employee benefit, and I don't know if anybody's been to a settlement lately, but $4,000 doesn't get you there, generally speaking. So in moving it up to being a parallel with our down payment settlement assistance, we do a presentation every new employee class, and there's a lot of folks that are interested in it. And the real issue is that they have to complete their probationary period. I mean, I think that if we had a option for them to start looking for a house as soon as they got a job, they would do it. So at this point, I think that it's working as a homeownership incentive. If there was a decision that we would take a left or a right and do any kind of, rental subsidies or things like that, that would just have to be talked through, and we'd have to decide to do that.
I was just curious. May I follow? I
Yes.
just have one question. The other question I had was for the clean teams. Oh, I love the clean teams. So I wanted to find out. I see that you went up $100,000, and you said that budget was basically in order to make certain that we were aligned with the everyone getting the $15 an hour for the what is that? Sure. I can't even get it out. Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh my gosh. It's getting late. Sorry. Minimum wage. Wanted to know whether or not was it just minimum wage? Did it include anything like tools or equipment or anything, or is it just the pay?
There are that budget is broken down, so there are tools. We work with Public Works, and as an example, Public Works has plastic bags. So there was some discussion about the plastic bags, and was that really working, wasn't working? When I talked to Public Works, they said, it's a minimal cost for us, and we can just keep doing that. Do they have barrels and pickers and, rain gear and all that kind of stuff? Yes, but that comes out of their budget, generally speaking.
Okay. I'm sorry, may I follow?
Yes.
All right, the last question was, had you looked at the my map and included Canby in my map yet? Because I have one more community that I have to kind of like pay on the side to make certain that they get hit.
I can share with you that I had a meeting this week with the mayor, and we talked Public Works and the mayor's office. We talked Clean Team, and we agreed that this would be the perfect timing to negotiate any increases in coverage or any changes, because we're going to go under contract again, or we're anticipating going under contract again. So I wrote down Canby.
All right, thank you.
And so when does that contract start with the clean teams?
It would start July 1st.
July 1st, right, when the budget, okay,
Exactly.
our new budget. Okay, I know that we used to have a clean team on the east side. Are they still on the east side?
Yes.
Okay, they're still on the east side. And I know we had a question regarding them going over to Southbridge on A Street, because as we know, our mayor has been over there, I guess twice, I think now, to clean up A and Lobdell around the old Albert school building. So we're always getting calls from the constituents in that area. So we have that conversation. And so hopefully the East Side team can go to Southbridge once a week. As you know, we have shared it,
Yes.
talked
Yeah.
about this, and I don't think they've started. So now that you're revisiting the conversation, I just wanted to make sure that that gets included, because we don't want to have the mayor to have to go over there, right? I mean, I know he did it because
He has
he
enough
wanted
jobs.
to.
He doesn't have to be on the clean team, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
right? But not only that, but we know that it's needed, and so if we could include that in that conversation.
Madam Chair, I have a PowerPoint that has all the maps included and some of the details of the project that I'd be more than happy to send out
Please
to
do.
Michelle, and she can push it out there.
That would be great.
When we talk about the Southbridge area, we do have a private contractor that goes out there, but if I'm hearing it, not enough or not focused enough. So right now, they're going out once a week, I believe, also. So I think maybe a little more coordination, and then, of course, that
Okay.
goes on the discussion platform with the clean teams.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Bracy, and then Councilmember Willard. Did I see your hand up?
Oh, no, he actually answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councilmember Willard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Weir, I just want to thank you and your department for doing this important work and for clearly doing it with small staff and effective staff. So, thank you for addressing this issue of housing, which is at the top of a lot of people's minds. And the one question I have is about the land bank. I understand that the Department of Real Estate and Housing is just a pass-through for the land bank, but because it is come up in this budget hearing, I thought it'd be a good time to ask questions. So I know they're asking for $500,000 for general operating, and my question is really about, like, where does the accountability lie for the land bank? Because we had a hearing, I don't know, a month ago or 3 weeks ago, and I know there was a lot of concern that they didn't have their list of properties on the website. And it's required by, like, state law. I think the city's agreement also requires it. And I would just think that by this time they would have posted it, especially since the vacant property registration program posts their properties as part of, like, the total list. Like, this list does exist. So I just, I think it's really important. I get questions all the time from residents and constituents, like, what does the land bank own, And I think it's really important that somebody holds them accountable for, like, meeting the law, but also just meeting their responsibilities. So I'm just wondering if there's a pass-through function for the Department of Real Estate and Housing. Is there also, like, accountability from the Department of Real Estate and Housing? And, if not, how can we just put some, just make sure that the land bank, if it's receiving city funds, is also meeting, the requirements that, just the expectations, I guess.
Well, I have to share your concern that their inventory is not readily available on their website. They've had some problems with staff and so forth and so on. When we talk about anyone that has a question that they're looking for who owns a particular property, the Ptolemy is available to our citizens that they can go on there and look. So as far as if anyone has those questions, I don't have an answer other than there is an availability to find out who owns what properties. I believe the land bank currently is working at top speed to put those properties onto their website. This week, we just had our first disposition committee. That probably was 8 or 9 months since we've had our last one. So there is progress. And when we talk about that organization, they are an independent organization with an independent board, although they are a component of the city of Wilmington. So there is some discussion that needs to happen in there, I would agree.
That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Weir.
You're welcome. Councilmember Oliver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Willard, I'm going to follow up on what you just said. You just asked a good question about there is no guardrails to the land bank, and I don't understand why nobody wants to have this conversation, but since it is the budget, I'm going to bring it up. I really appreciate you saying that, and I see where you text me regarding $50 million allotted to the land bank, and there is no guardrails, nobody wants to talk about it. I think that is a lot of money, period, for us not to have a overseer for that type of money, and we callously just say, well, it's been 9 months, we're trying to get this together. If it was your department that, and Mr. Ware, if this was your department that wasn't doing your job for 9 months, you would be held accountable. I think the citizens of the city of Wilmington deserves to have an update, or if they whatever they're going through, if they're not able to handle it, I think it's time to reform it, bring it back in the city, or do something with the land bank. I don't know what it is, but for us to constantly give them money and not be able to ask the question, or people, it's like an elephant in the room. I don't get it. So I'm going to talk to the administration. I think as you stated, and Councilman Darby, maybe it is time to put in some legislation. Anytime it's this kind of money that's being allotted, I don't care if it's an independent organization, or we just don't need to give them no money and let them do whatever they're doing. But if we're giving them this type of money, we can't ask a question and everybody gets all tensed up, I think it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not even going to say what I want to say, because I'm going to hold that off. But we work for the citizens of the city of Wilmington. This is not our seat, this is their seat. And we are constantly getting calls about the land bank. We are constantly seeing that it's nothing up on the screen. It hasn't been there for over a year. And I'm going to put it on the record. A lot of council members are not saying anything about it, and I don't know why. It's going to be a meeting this week with some contractors who are stating that they haven't been able to get through. I mean, it's the same thing on and on. But it's okay for them to get our money, but we can't ask a question. And again, it's a lot of council members who don't want to discuss it, and I don't know why, because if it was any other subject, we'll be discussing it. And that's why I made it my business to come back tonight. Because, again, this is not my seat, it's the citizen's seat, and it's not fair for the land bank to have received over $50 million. And somebody brought up that Gibraltar. I'm going to bring up Gibraltar also tonight. That needs to be for sale. It's been in the land bank. The land bank is the city of Wilmington. If it's sitting there, why is it sitting there? We shouldn't be holding it. So it's part of the city's inventory. The land bank is part of the city's inventory. That should be up for sale. We shouldn't just be holding a $500,000 property when the city of Wilmington is taking people's properties for less. But because it's the Gibraltar, we're just holding on to it, and it's not fair. And I plan on holding maybe a press release or a conference. I'm going to talk to the president, because this is ridiculous. People are losing their houses every day for either taxes, water, whatever we're taking people's houses for. And you mean to tell me that we can't, put this back up for sale, whatever you may want to say. But it's disturbing to me that, we as council members are sitting here, where's Sam Guy when I need him, and nobody's saying anything about this land bank, because it's a mess. And everybody knows it's a mess, and nobody wants to discuss it. Nothing's been online for over a year, and it's okay. It's not okay. If they're not prepared, let's not give them no money. Let them do. It's no different than another situation I want to talk about, but I'm not. But it doesn't make sense that everybody, I was in the home, that's what took me so long. The gentleman in the hallway who works for planning just told me that 3 people came in there last week asking them, where's the land bank? And he said, he thinks it's on 4th Street. The guy said he was there, and he said, oh, no, it's not. Nobody even knows where they are. And then you have people work for them. They're working from home. Council members don't even know. We can't even call them and know where. But it's okay. Nobody on council wants to say anything about it. And that's it. If anybody wants to say something, feel free.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes. Good evening, Director Ware. I appreciate, again, your responses, the overview of the programs. I guess my question is, and again, I'm sitting in this position as having been the one conducted the budget meetings over the past few years, and I see a lot of the same programs that, we've worked on in the past, live where you work, a lot of the CDBG grants, obviously the Wilmington Clean Teams, that's all good. And obviously we have the homeowner repair lottery. So we have a lot of programs that have worked. But I guess my question is, I don't see anything new. So from your department, at least from a budgetary standpoint, are there some different initiatives you're looking at? Because right now with the affordable housing market, we really need to take, I think, drastic steps, come up with some new programs like we did with the homeowner repair program, something to jumpstart homeownership in the city. So is there some new program that you're excited about, or at least possibly in the works right now, Director?
Thank you, council member. The question about new versus the question about effective. When you talk about the city has produced over 2,000 affordable units over the last 7 years, which is a good number when you talk about other cities. When you talk about the vacant properties have been reduced, and when you talk about the vacant properties that owe the city money, that is a direct correlation there. But when you talk about the tools that are needed, other than throwing money, which we know I don't think anybody's printing it at this point, but when we talk about the legislative actions that I think would be a plus to be considered when we talk about our housing communities and our stabilization efforts, is that, say for instance, our historic overlays. Our historic overlays, if you look at where the vacant properties are located, in the fractured communities that have historic overlays is where the vacant properties are. So when you talk about what do vacant properties do for us, I question that. And when we talk about is there a change, it can't happen from just one branch of government. All the branches of government have to look at this and say, hey, is this really serving our community? When we look at legislative action, and I don't want to say the word, I know it sounds like a Harry Potter story, but as far as, I don't want to say eminent domain, but when we talk about these owners that are resistant to the growth of our city, we have to look at what there might be administratively that we can do to move them along. The commissioner talked about, the foreclosure process. Well, we've done a good job there. And what you look at right now, what comes through on sheriff's sale is mortgage foreclosures, but there's not a lot of vacant properties. And the vacant properties that come through are being bought almost at retail level by the investors. So, the problem properties need to be looked at as, a triage. And it was referred to my comment about every vacant property has a story. Absolutely the truth. And we need to look at that prescriptively, and I think that really comes down to a lot of legislative initiative and then administrative follow-through. I think we need to rethink some of our square footages and some of our zoning requirements. When you talk about affordable housing, and all we can talk about is 1,800 square foot of 3-bedroom, 1.5 baths, that's not the only answer. So when we talk about, say, for instance, the idea of taking some of the properties that the land bank might have that are available, and we say, yes, we're going to be innovative in the demand that anyone that puts property on here, it's going to be, I don't want to pigeonhole us, but is it dormitory style? When you talk about an affordability concept, it's a square footage problem. It costs $320 a square foot to build, and if you're going to build 3,000 square foot, that's your number. And if you could sell it for only at $100 a square foot, then that's your problem. So, when we talk about some of the things that we are not looking at when we talk about how can we really make our city affordable, the discussion about ADUs. Well, I'm sorry, I know that there are challenges to it, but at the same time, how many ADUs could we put in that would be affordable, that would be livable, that, it's not a forever home. It is a process of putting a roof over someone that's working that can save and move forward. So, when you talk about the new and things, I don't ever want to be like, this is the way it's always been done. But at the same time, when you talk about, those interim changes and the external partners we need, it's all part of the answer. And when you talk about, say, for instance, the idea that we are talking about a forever home, every time we talk about renovating or building a home, that's very limiting. And, there's folks, if you look at it as far as the number of children under 5 years old is shrinking in our country. You look at the family formations, it's low, yet we are still looking at the traditional, hey, we're going to build a townhouse that we're going to have, as I said it before, I don't want to repeat myself, but, same number of bedrooms, same number of bathrooms. We have plenty of parks. Why are we saving a backyard that's 20 foot wide by 30 foot long? That's a space that you could have an additional dwelling unit in. When you talk about, fire safety and so forth and so on, there are modern materials that could be used. So my answer would be that, yes, there are a lot of new things, but throwing more money at it is not the top of my priority.
I appreciate the very thoughtful answer, Director Ware, and it's kind of what I was looking to hear, and appreciate it. I can tell you, I know in the 7th District, I've got big lots with this 3 vacant 7-Elevens. So, we have a lot of vacant commercial space, unfortunately, on the west side. So, my thought is we need to put those to good use.
Yeah. And, if you look at the areas that we really need help in, and is that a temporary, is that a sunset, that it's a redevelopment area, and that gives the city powers in a short period of time to make some things move. When you talk about, say, for instance, a vacant commercial, will that commercial ever come back? And it's a hard opportunity to say we're going to pass and we're going to take that building down and we're going to use that lot and we're going to build, a apartment building with a courtyard inside that's defensible space, and we're not going to build it so that it's built for a car and not for people. There's sometimes hard decisions, but I think that's part that we all have to do it together so that the zoning requirements are changed, the communication with the communities changed. I mean, it's to change direction. It takes work.
Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on with the public to see if there's anyone in the public that have a comment. Okay. All right. Before I close out, any other council members that have a question? Okay. All right. So I want to thank you, Director Weir, also Mr. Hayford, for presenting this evening. Again, any follow-up information, I'm going to ask that it's provided to Ms. Bassnight. And I also want to thank OMB, Mr. Greco, and his team, the department heads, WITN, our council staff, and members of the public. Our next budget hearings are scheduled for Wednesday, April the 16th at 4:30 p.m. First, there will be a legislative item that must be handled at the April 16th meeting this Wednesday, which is the following ordinance 25-011. It's an ordinance basically constituting amendment number 3 to the fiscal year 2025 operating budget, being an ordinance to amend substitute number 1 to ordinance number 24-016. Basically, it's the EMS ambulance legislation that we have been hearing about during these budget hearings. Then there will be the following budget hearings slated for 45 minutes, the city treasurer's office budget hearing, and then there will be a seat-up meeting at 5:30. So we definitely need our council members here on time, especially for the 4:30 meeting for the ordinance, and also as we move into our seat-up meetings. Also, I would just like to mention to our public to please tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch these meetings. You can also watch online at www.witn22.org. Also, you can find budget information available at www.williamdebudget.org. So we have a number of ways for our public, the community to engage with these budget hearings, and we would love for you to reach out and to connect with us. So having said that, can I get a motion to adjourn? Well, second. Thanks everyone for joining, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay.